It's now 8:34, and I'd like to call the Parks Committee meeting to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Councilman Spinoza.
Here.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
And Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. And Chair Warren.
Present. We have two items on our agenda today. We'll take our first item. It's a resolution that's requesting for same night minutes. It's a resolution to approve the allocation, appropriation, and transfer of a total of $600,624 from multiple completed CIP projects to new FY25 CIP projects, PK 04020, Westwood Pool Repairs Contract Reconstruction. This is Super District 8, District 6. Sponsored by administration. Could I please have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Chief, you have the floor.
Yes, Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis. What we are asking for is a budget neutral request. These are prior executed projects that have surplus funds. We need to make some repairs at the Westwood pool. The pool has been down since pre-COVID, and so what we want to do is make sure we get in and upgrade in this pool, make the repairs so that we'll be ready for summer camp.
Okay, and can you give us a little bit of background of where you got these funds from, which projects we had extra money left over in?
I don't have the details on that. That would that's in the parks area. I'll get those and I'll make sure I have those for this afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's always good for us to see, which projects we actually got through, save some money on, how we have this money available. Any questions from council members on this?
I got one.
Yes, sir.
It's about time.
Yes, sir.
Because hey, they've been giving me pretty hell about that pool. So if anybody got issues with that pool, they'll come see me. Get as much money as you can for the Westwood, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm tired of everybody else getting what they want. It's time for me. I ain't gonna be nice no more because I ain't gonna be here too much damn long.
Well,
But let me talk right now. It's 5 years old. Okay? Don't play with me. East Memphis and all the rest get tell what the fuck they want. And excuse my expression, but I'm tired. Every time somebody says something about my district, y'all got doggone issues. Don't have no issues this time. I want all my stuff finished. I don't want North Memphis, East Memphis. I don't want Orange Mountain getting my money no more. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All this money was appropriated for my different things, and I'm the only one that's hanging in the loop. Okay? Please forgive me, but I want my money. Okay? Everybody else got theirs. I look at everybody. Everybody like to have a part. I look at all this. Some of this stuff is so ridiculous. So doggone ridiculous. But everybody sitting around me is that. Partying along with it. Party over. Ask Trump. We gonna see a lot of different things. Okay? Ask him. There's some Republicans up here y'all voted for, but y'all gonna be the first one that suffer most. Black folks suffer. We used to suffer. We know how to make ends meet. Okay? I'm just being honest. What they threw out is what we use. Now, hell, they won't. Okay? And I won't mind right now. But I got another person that's supposed to be here today. I'm going to be on their ass. And that's Muzz. Okay? Okay? Yeah.
Sir.
Please forgive me, but I'm tired. Y'all can stay here and do what you want to do. I'm tired. Because ain't nothing happening. Nothing but everybody want to be in front of a doggone camera people want to do this, people want to do that. Get away from them cameras. Let's do some work. I'm through.
Thank you, Councilman. And I am very glad that this project is going through. I think all of us are glad to see that happen. We know how important these pools are. Just a quick question before we go to Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. How are we looking for lifeguards this summer? As we open more pools, where are we in our pipeline for lifeguards? Because that's been a limiting factor, and I don't want Councilman Ford not to have lifeguards at this Westwood pool.
So right now, that is a evergreen search and training with regard to the Parks Division. And so we also are working with YMCA to make sure that we actually spread the labor pool, so we ensure that they have the lifeguards, but then we also too.
I would recommend that you also consider contacting the Boy Scouts of America. Okay, because Boy Scouts have a lifeguard merit badge that they have to take, and it's very easy to take whatever they've done with that lifeguard merit badge and make them qualified. That's a good place to start to maybe find some other kids too. And that's a good group of kids that we could bring in. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm so excited to hear about the pool. During my campaign, that's all I heard. They wanted that pool up for the children over there. That is a very active and very popular community center. And I know there were some issues with the way the layout of the pool is that they thought would cost a huge amount of money. But I'm just elated to hear and to know that you all found the money. And I do look forward to getting the details on where this money came from, what project we was not able to do and was able to do this project. So moving forward, this is 2025. As Councilwoman Swearengin said, we're gonna strive in 2025. And as our chairman said, that we are going to make sure that all our districts are equally and equitably deserving of what the ask is and what we have. And so I'm excited about this for February the 4th. But however, let's make sure that when you come in here and you're asking for these monies, let's make sure you have the details and so we won't have to wait. I think we've been asking for this over and over and over and over and over again, especially when you're moving this amount of money and this amount of money is coming in, going from one place to another. Let's have our ducks in a row and make sure they're quacking and we look professional doing it. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Let the record show that our Central High School councilwomen green and white are here. That's the colors of Central High School, green and white. Oh, never mind. Sorry, green and white. The white statue. I would have said that then. All right. Okay, here we go. We have our next item, which is we haven't had a vote. Any other discussion before we vote on this? All those in favor of moving this and giving Councilman Ford his money, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed that are crazy enough to say so? No opposed.
It ain't my money. It ain't my money.
That passes unanimously. It goes down with a favorable recommendation.
I think I'm taking the money.
Yeah, no, we don't. It's going for Westwood Pool. Okay, item number 2 is a discussion regarding a recommended transfer of leadership at McFarland Community Center, Super District 8, District 4, requested by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, our Vice Chair. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. I've asked for this item to be placed on the agenda. I had received several calls and correspondence regarding the movement of Miss Gloria Watkins from the McFarland Community Center, and she's been there for 16 years. And just coming from an educational background, in our community, we have children moving from house to house, school to school. And it's very important for them to have some consistency in some areas. And our community center leaders and directors have a rapport with the children, with the parents, with the leaders. They have a pulse on the community. They're able to de-escalate a lot of situations. And I know personally at the McFarland Community Center, I have a lot of hair cutting clinics. Miss Gloria is so kind that she will often even offer the children and parents apples and water, or, different snacks. She goes beyond. She has a diapers shower for unwed mothers for them to get support for their babies. She's reached out to Sharonda Walker, who is the First Lady of Perfecting Gifts, and she provides music and all types of concerts for those children. She is a staple in the community. She is the mayor of Parkway Village in the McFarland community. Connects with all of those principals. Matter of fact, I even got a letter from the principal at Evans Elementary School. So we're just hoping that that would be a reconsideration. I had spoken with interim director Allen, or Deputy Allen, and we weren't quite sure of what direction that it would take, but I would like to offer a discussion from our council that we need our directors to be consistent and just offer them whatever type of support that they need to add to their program or increase their programming or whatever need there is. Let's support them and make sure that they stay in place.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to concur with Vice Chairwoman Swearingen this morning. I've gotten several calls about the Gaston community. The exact same thing is trying to happen again. What you need to understand in the community, when our directors are there and they made a rapport and the community trusts them, there is no need to be moving people around when there is a love for the directors that are already there. They are engaged with the parents, they're engaged with the students, and they are engaged with the gang members that have a total respect for them down there at Gaston. And when you are making such a major move like that, that is very critical, because what we don't want to see is our communities taken over by gang members who now respect the directors that are at these community centers. So I totally concur with you. Before the parks or the interim or whatever department or whatever they're trying to do over there, they need to be more engaged with the community center directors and find out how the flow is. Because just being a pen pusher ain't gonna work if you ain't out there in the streets doing the actual work and seeing what's happening in our communities. So I totally concur with you. My phone has been jumping off the hook yesterday about these changes without respect of listening and hearing from the directors who are actually working in these community centers. And I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that Councilman Spinoza and others of us have received emails about other community centers that are looking at potential changes. And in my mind, I can understand you keep being really excited and thinking about what you're going to be doing as a new director. Coming in to the very first thing to this type of situation may not be the best way to go from interim director to director. And I think it might be wise if perhaps there was some oversight from her supervisors prior to major moves. And I think council has sort of spoken about how they feel about this. And if you have anything to say other than that you need to have a discussion and come back to us, that's perfectly okay.
So I've had conversation yesterday with Vice Chair Swearingen Washington and assured that during this time there will be no moves with regard to our community center leadership at this point. And what I will do is double down in the event that we have to move or whatever in the future, that it will be much more deliberate, much more thought out, and there will be conversations with regard to our community stakeholders and as well as the impacted employees. So with that being said, there's no
So
move.
we're not going to have any moves?
No, sir.
Okay.
All right.
All right, well, I think that makes sense.
Quick thing, Dr. Warren.
Yes, sir, Councilman Spinoza.
I just want to recognize some of the kids that came out today that loved Coach Lowe, and just wanted to recognize that they visited us today at City Hall.
Thank you. Ms. Allen, you're a little bit late. We've been talking for a while. Would you like to give us an idea or talk about why you were thinking about moving people and, what you were thinking so we can have some idea?
Could we talk about that at a different
we'll talk
time?
about
I
it
mean,
different
right now, we've discussed and there are no moves at this
Okay.
point. And we'll give her, Deputy Allen or Interim Director Allen an opportunity to kind of socialize with you all and her staff as well. So if we can do that at a later
So let's
date.
do a one-on-one with council members from here. Okay? All right, with Councilman Ford, that sounds good. Any other discussion? Go ahead, sir.
One thing to say. The moves that was thought about 6, 8, 10 months ago. What was going on? Get it straight. You keep one here, you didn't want to get them, we wanted to move them around. I don't know how that was working, okay? I think that's where it come up at. It's not you trying to move them. This came up a while back. That's how these people got in places. But it was to kind of move them periodically where they could go different places. I don't think that was working too well because, like I said, all these community centers, everybody got to know them, which made that difference. I just want to make that statement. This is nothing new, okay? If y'all kind of remember, put your brain in, hey, about 10 months ago, hey, all this was happening, okay? Yeah, thank you.
That is correct, Councilman.
Excellent advice and information for us. Thank you, Councilman Ford. With that, we are adjourned at 8:51.
Will you call the roll, please?
Thank you. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Warren. Chair 4, Senior.
Present. We have one item on the agenda's quarterly update from Matter. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Green. And we're gonna have, I'm gonna turn it over to you,
Yes,
Chief,
sir.
first, and then y'all can come on up. Chief, Mr. Lewis and all, okay?
All right. Good morning, council. This morning, I'm pleased to reintroduce Mr. John Lewis, and then, of course, the MATA board chair, Ms. Emily Greer. They will be providing you all the quarterly update, which really just kind of recite or recount what has occurred to this present date with respect to the board, and then give you their 100-day plan, which I'm sure you'll be pleased with. We will be able to come back to you all with more specific information. I think Councilwoman Green asked for more specific information, and so at that particular point, when they return, they'll be able to provide that data to you. So I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Lewis and Ms. Greer now.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. How's that? Okay. Good morning. I'm Emily Greer, 444 North Main. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. As chair of the Matter Board of Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity to outline the critical role our board plays in managing and overseeing change within the agency. Since we were sworn in at the end of October, this board has spent countless hours in meetings, working to organize ourselves and understanding the agency, where it is today, and where it needs to go into the future. The men and women on this board are hardworking, conscientious, and willing to do the hard work to make MATA a resource Memphians have available in a meaningful way to make their lives better. We are committed to this goal without a doubt. Our responsibilities are integral to ensuring that MATA remains effective, accountable, and responsive to the needs of its riders and to the public at large. Given that we are a totally new board and that this is my first appearance before you, I thought I might briefly articulate what the board sees as its responsibilities at this critical time, and afterwards Mr. Lewis will share his overview of TransPro's plan. The MATA Board of Directors is charged with governance and strategic oversight, providing direction to the agency while upholding its mission and regulatory obligations. As stewards of public trust, we guide the agency through necessary changes, balancing innovation with stability to meet evolving challenges and opportunities. We will be working closely with the TransPro transformation team to reach these objectives. Specifically, we see our responsibilities as providing strategic direction and policy oversight. The board establishes policies that align with the agency's mission and regulatory mandates. We ensure that changes, whether operational, structural, or policy-driven, support long-term objectives and public interest. We ensure accountability and transparency. Transparency is the cornerstone of governance. The board ensures that any changes within the agency are communicated clearly to the stakeholders, including the public, employees, and policymakers. We uphold rigorous oversight to prevent mismanagement and to foster public confidence in our work. We provide fiscal stewardship and budget oversight. The board evaluates financial implications to change initiatives to ensure fiscal responsibility. We'll work closely with the TransPro team to allocate resources efficiently and to maintain financial stability during this period of transition. leadership and workforce development. Organizational change often involves shifts in personnel and operational structures. The board will work to ensure that workforce training is a priority, to ensure that employees are well equipped to adapt to new structures, policies, and strategic priorities. Risk management and compliance, finally. With change comes risk, and the board takes a proactive approach in identifying and mitigating potential challenges. We ensure that the agency transitions comply with all applicable laws, regulations, and best practice. As MATA navigates change, the board remains committed to guiding with integrity, accountability, and a steadfast focus on public service. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'll turn it over now to Interim CEO John Lewis for his presentation.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman, members of the Transportation Committee. I'm excuse me, John Lewis, interim CEO of the Memphis Area Transit Authority. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. As was outlined by Chairperson Greer, it is our role to enact the strategic direction of the Board of Directors. Chairwoman Greer has outlined the strategic focus and goal of the MATA Board, and what my job over the next few minutes is to bring that down to our 100-day plan and how we are going to strive over the next couple of months to bring that down to a tactical level and lay out the plan for enacting those strategic goals. In 4 areas, we'll cover that. First, from an operations standpoint. The board has, number one, established a transformation team. The Transpro team has brought in 5 assets. Myself, who will act as the executive. We have 2 members who are operating in the finance department, 1 individual who will be in the operations area, and 1 individual will be operating in the planning function. During our 100 days, our number 1 goal is to establish an asset management plan. What does that mean from an asset management plan? Is to develop a plan to maintain our bus fleet. Today, as an example, 56 buses are needed to provide our fixed route service to our customers. Only 46 buses were available for service today. That's just about 18% of our vehicles were available to provide transit services to our customers. So there are customers at bus stops today waiting for vehicles, and almost 20% of those vehicles are not going to show up for service today. Over the last couple of months, that has been 30%. So while not perfect, we're working very hard with our service team to bring that to 0. Our goal is 0. 100%, as you'll see in this slide, of MATA's vehicles should be available for service each and every day. In order to do that, that does not happen haphazardly. We have to develop a maintenance and asset management plan that we can achieve on a daily basis. Second, we're going to strive to develop a sustainable bus fleet replacement program. While we are daily fixing and making available our buses, we have an old fleet, and we have to begin to replace that fleet so that that daily maintenance plan can be sustainable over the next 5, 10, 15 years. So we have to begin today funding and planning to replace a number of our fleet each and every year. And we have to fund that in our capital budget. Next, besides our bus fleet, there are major capital programs that have been planned and in some cases funded in the MATA capital plan that have languished over the last couple of years. An example is our maintenance facility. The Levy Road maintenance facility is literally sinking as we speak. It is built on a landfill, and that facility is sinking into the ground. That we have received, MATA has received federal funding to replace that facility, but for various reasons, which I won't go into now, that project has languished for several years. We must accelerate that project and get that project moving so that we can do all of the things that I've outlined ahead of that. If we develop a maintenance plan, we develop a capital replacement program, and our maintenance facility falls apart, all of that work will have gone for naught. And then once again, as I've mentioned before, we have to achieve 100% of our vehicles have to be available for service each and every day. I've mentioned before you, that schedule that we put out for our customers is a contract that we make with the public. And if our vehicles aren't available for service, we're breaking that contract each and every day. 18% of our buses aren't going to make it into service today, and we continue to break that contract with our customers today. We have to reach 100%, and that is one of the top priorities of this transformation team. So from an operational standpoint, those are the top 4 issues that we will be focusing on in our first 100 days. And then, lastly, accelerate the reinstatement of trolley service. The trolley has been out of service since August of 2024. We're working with TDOT to find out the root cause of that, identify mitigating strategies, fund those strategies, and get that service back in operations as soon as possible. We will be presenting to the board at the February board meeting an updated agency safety plan that will be ratified by the Tennessee Department of Transportation. That is step 1 in the reinstatement process for trolley. And we will continue to move that process forward. If there are no questions, I'll move on to the next phase, sir.
Thank you. I guess my question is, thinking you're going to have 100% of your buses available every day makes it mean that they're never going to break down. So is the problem that you don't have enough buses to have the normal sort of maintenance cycle where you take them out to do maintenance? We have less buses than we need to run this system, because the ones that we have broken down, if you had 120% of the number of buses, you had 20% out, you'd still be able to run your routes, right? So I guess my question is, do you not have enough capital? Do you not have enough buses to do what you're trying to do?
You're right on track, Councilman. We have 103 buses in MATA's fleet.
And we need 100 every day?
56 vehicles to run our current schedule. Today, only 46 were available. That speaks to the problem and the magnitude of the maintenance problem that we have. We have 100, we only need 56. So more than half of our vehicles don't work.
Okay, now is this because we've run them into the ground and not replaced them appropriately?
A combination of all of the above. We run them in the ground. They're not adequately maintained. Parts aren't available for some, and we don't have a viable maintenance plan.
Okay, but it sounds pretty horrendous, you know, to walk in to do this. Are we bringing people from outside? Is there contract labor that we can bring in till we get these buses running?
I don't believe it's a labor issue. It's not the mechanics' fault.
I mean, but we don't have enough, right?
No, we
have enough mechanics.
We have enough mechanics. There is only, the issue is some of the buses are so old and so broken that quite frankly, we just need to get rid of them. And we're going through that process. Just the fact that we have 100 probably, and we're going through this, so don't hold me to this number. My gut is 20% of that 100 will never be put back into service. So we just need to get rid of them.
How long before you have an idea of what that is?
We hope to have that asset management plan in place within 30 to 60 days.
Okay, my last question is, I think we just ended up losing Kojic again, and primarily I think we lost it because we didn't have the trolley. Because not having the trolley made it really hard for people to get around downtown. And I guess as that was shut down, I think there were a couple different ways it could have been shut down. I've heard that the way we did it was one that made it harder to start it back up again. I'm not sure exactly why it occurred that way, but how quickly do you think you can have that trolley up and running? Because with our convention center downtown, that is a huge thing for the convention center to make the rest of downtown work.
We are in conversation with Tennessee DOT. We believe that we've isolated the problem, what the actual cause of those issues were. We have to get their agreement and sign off on the fix of that issue. And then we have to put it back through safety testing to ensure that our solution meets the required safety standards. And then we're back on track to move it through.
Okay, and so we're looking at a timeline of 15 days? We're looking at a timeline of...
No, sir.
So,
it's months. It's
okay,
months.
so,
Our goal is to hopefully have it up, if everything falls in place, by mid to late summer.
I guess my question is, how hard is it to isolate the problem? I thought you knew what the problem was. It was a brake issue. So we know what it is. So we've isolated it. Now we fix the brakes. You know, I'm just trying to figure out how we can speed that up because it seems like that's a long time to get it back up and going.
So we're going back through. That is what MATA staff had identified as the issue. We are going back through reevaluating the root cause analysis of that. We want to make sure that we agree with that. And working with the manufacturer. We have a difference in opinion on the solution to that, and we want to make sure that our recommended solution passes muster.
Okay, so that's sort of technical, but I appreciate that. Sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, before we Chief.
Yeah, so just kind of set context and some level of expectation. I understand that we, meaning you all as a body, and then of course us as administration, we've really kind of exhausted a lot of patience, and I know a lot of the citizens have as well. But I think one of the things we have to take in consideration is we do have a team here, experts that are here to kind of help us. And let's change the conversation, and this is to get transit back operational, efficient, and effective for our people. So it's more transit. The body in which provides it happens to be MATA, but let's talk about providing better transit. And that is to allow them the opportunity to assess. With respect to conversations with the state and with federal agencies, that is a regulatory process in which we will have to continue to be patient with respect to that. So
I thought we were having no more regulations now.
I can't speak to that, sir. But with respect to the regulations, we do have to make sure that there is that conversation with the Department of Transportation, Tennessee Department of Transportation, and make sure that we actually move forward. But I think what you are hearing and will continue to hear is that we are drilling down and identifying the problem, and we're identifying the solution, and you have a path forward. It's no different than, Dr. Warren, you are a physician. You see a sick patient, but you have to then diagnose and then, of course, prescribe a regimen to put that patient back to good health. Now, it's up to the patient to continue, but that's one of the things that we do have to take in consideration. So just use an analogy. I know you have more details that you can correct me on, but I'm just using that analogy to understand that we are moving forward.
Okay, I know I got Councilwoman White, Logan, Did y'all want to speak now, or did we want to finish the presentation first and then come back?
finish the presentation.
Okay, let's do that. Then I'm going to give it to Councilwoman Green, and then I'll come back to you all. Let's listen to everything first, because what you were saying, we hadn't gotten that far. Okay, let's listen to the presentation, okay? Then we go from there. And you talking about that trolley, is more to it than what you're thinking it is, okay? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I only have a couple more slides. From a financial accountability standpoint, our finance team is on the ground. We're in the process of evaluating the financial condition of the agency. Transparency, as Madam Chair mentioned, is top of the list in respect to the allocation of public funds. Our top priority is developing FY26 operating and capital budget, which we will submit to the city for your consideration. Streamlining the organization to ensure, and this is number one, that the majority of resources are directed to operations and not administrative overhead. We want to make sure that the organization is streamlined so that we can allocate this maximum amount of resources to operations focused on the customer rather than overhead, and delivering a chief financial officer. The agency has been without a chief financial officer for almost 2 years, and we've had several interim CFOs, including us. Our first deliverable within the first quarter will be bringing a slate of candidates to the board. Transpro will not be hiring a CFO, but bring in a slate of qualified candidates to the MATA Board of Directors for their consideration and choosing of a new CFO, which will be a permanent employee of MATA. Service redesign is high on the list, particularly from our customers, what we've heard. We are working diligently, our service planning team, along with the MATA planning team, to assess the fixed route and on-demand mobility options to create a new network operational model that optimizes frequency and coverage within the financial constraints of MATA. We want to prioritize those investments to ensure the highest levels of customer satisfaction. When we surveyed customers, the top 2 issues for them were frequency and reliability. And we want to make sure that the service models that we present recognizes those goals of the customers. They want frequent service and they want reliable service. And we've heard about some of the issues that impact reliability. We're addressing those from a maintenance standpoint, but the service design has to focus on providing as frequent amount of service as possible. And we want to work with the board to create that model that recognizes that. And then continue to recruit and properly train new bus operators and mechanics. From a transparency standpoint, working with the board to establish publicly facing quantitative metrics. This has been something we've also heard from our customers that know what is going on the street with our transit service. I've spoken with customers when we say things like our on-time performance is 68%, but yet 30% of our buses never even left the division last month. 18% didn't leave today. You can't tell them that almost 70% of your service is on time when that is the case. We've got to be truthful and transparent about our performance, despite how dismal it may be at this point, and then work towards and establishing a plan of how we're going to fix that and be upfront with that. Those performance metrics are going to focus on customer satisfaction, financial stewardship, and operational efficiencies, and we're working with the board to establish that, and that's what we will be presenting to the board on a monthly basis, and will be evaluated by the board of directors on those performance metrics. And then lastly, the administration, the board, and you all have made quite an investment in this. We ask at the end of this, how do you evaluate the return on your investment? We would say these are the 4 priority areas that we are focusing on: customer satisfaction, service reliability, fleet replacement, and then the status of those capital projects and financial stability. So at the end, we ask you to judge us by this. Obviously, you will have other metrics that you believe can be added to this list, but these are the priorities in which, and the deliverables that we will be delivering to the board of directors and what we're planning on in that first 100 days. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Be available for questions if you have.
Appreciate it. I'm going to turn the floor over now to Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm excited to be serving as your co-chair on this committee this year, because I think it's one of the places that we can make and see some real change. I think I have kind of 2 jobs up here. That is to get things done and to raise hell when they're not getting done. And that's because I have 2 very precious resources that I cannot waste while I'm elected in this seat, and that is public trust and the time, right? And we started knowing and talking about the issues with MATA in budget last year. So May and June last year is when we started becoming aware of this as a body, as an administration. And I get that changing anything in government is hard, right? I work across the street and I understand what it takes on the administration side. Sometimes you can't turn the Titanic around and take it back to shore, but you can adjust the wheel and avoid an iceberg, right? And I definitely want us to do excellence over efficiency when it comes to something as important as public transportation, because it matters to so many people in our community. But truly, the time to act is over. In our budget committee later today, we have an ask to help fill a hole for you all. Now, I want to put this in perspective to the council. We got $20 million we'll never see again. We gave them $30 million in the budget last year. They're running at about a $5 million a month clip. So if we do February, March, April, May, June, when you add all that up together, that's more money than the tax increase that we passed last year. So that gives us nothing else except for, hopefully, a functioning MATA that is literally sinking, I appreciate this 30,000 foot overview, and I also appreciate your lengthy report on operations. But we are being faced with financial decisions that impact the taxpayers now. And I want to make clear what we passed last fall and what I asked for today. Our resolution says that MATA is to submit financials and budget information, not a PowerPoint with nice bullet points. To submit financials and budgetary update every quarter to the Memphis City Council to ensure any continued funding from the council. They are here today and they are going to ask you for millions of dollars to shore up, to make sure that what they're doing can continue. And what they're doing, they admit to you, is unacceptable. But we have not gotten what we asked for last fall. And that's not your fault. You're brand new. You know, I asked for this report to be on the last committee meeting and you had just been appointed. So we said, please push it off for 2 weeks and we let you come back. But this is not what's in the resolution. This is not what we asked for in order to continue to fund them. We know the $30 million we gave them is gone. Like, it's done, it's spent. And so this is a wonderful big picture 100-day plan, but right now it doesn't show me that we're not putting more good money after bad. I mean, that's just as frank as I can put it. I am deeply concerned that in the time you've been able to look at the operations, and because Transpo has been involved, even if you have not been the interim CEO, you've been evaluating that at the same time we were promised a financial audit, and that was June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. We still don't have it. And we have the new board chair and the new interim CEO here today, and I don't have any financials still. I don't know how much longer we're supposed to keep writing checks to something that we can't see anything into.
I'm not. We shouldn't.
That, again, I get you're new on the board. I'm glad we got a new board. I'm glad we've got Transpo involved. I can't say that enough because you have shined some lights on things that people out there, riding the buses have been screaming about at the end of our committee meetings for years. Glad it's out there, but our job now is to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. And while you have given me a great outline on operations of what needs to be done, I can't see into the financials to know if we should fund that or if we should just start over, because I agree public transportation needs to be funded. I agree with you. That's part of the reason why I did the vehicle tax increase, is I wanted to have a dedicated fund that every year we could go to that would be for public transportation. It made sense to tie those together. Now, of course, I'm at a place where that's not getting collected and we don't have that $7 million, and that's another hole we've got to fill. But I can't even say that I would come back and say that should go to MATA because I don't have any insight. I mean, I guess my question is to the administration, when are you going to show us the books?
So, Councilwoman, excellent points. And let's start with, when are we going to show you the books? We'll show you the books when we get the books, and we get that opportunity to look at it and understand. Now, I can give you a number, but the number won't be accurate. And so I'm not going to provide you anything that's inaccurate. Now, and I will take you back to recall, the prior leadership at MATA proposed severe route cuts and layoffs, to which you all agree, along with the mayor, pledged to be back here today to fund it. And we took action. In the interim, we did bring in a new board. They got their feet under them. It wasn't a lot of time. And then, of course, they brought in Transpro as their contractor to help stabilize and move the organization forward. Wish I could bring you more, but that forensic audit is not complete.
When's the deadline?
Good morning, everyone. Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. We're looking at forensic audit being completed no later than the April-May timeframe, and agreed that is a lengthy period of time, but it was off to a late start. It took a little while for contractual negotiations, and of course we do have system issues that we're facing. And I think that they can speak to this, or they probably have spoken to it. The information systems that are currently in place at MATA are not the best. And as a result, the team is in the process, our forensic auditor, in the process of doing the forensic analysis, is confronting that to gather the data, the historical data, to recreate some things. They are in the process of also doing interviews with the key personnel. I spoke with the deputy CEO yesterday, as well as the current CAO. So it is a process. It is agonizing, but it is underway.
So are you going to be coming back, since we're not going to have any insight till maybe May, which means we'll be in budget by then?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you going to be coming back every month and asking us for another $5 million every month for MATA without, admittedly, on your side, on our side, maybe Transpo side, nobody knowing the financial situation?
So, Councilwoman, I cannot tell you, will we come back every month? Or if we come back, how much we'll ask for. One thing that key points, facts, you've not had a CFO for 2 years.
I know.
Years. And then 2, you have information systems that are woefully inadequate. So that means you have to go back and reconstruct your finances.
Right.
And so with that, you will be educated on a routine basis, not just in April and May, of where we are, how we're performing, and what we're doing.
So
But
that,
I can't provide you what I don't have
I
at
hear
this
you.
point. And right now, we have to allow. Now, we could move forward, and we don't fund it. But again, you have employees that have no jobs. You have transit that is not running, 0. Or we could work together to fix this. And
I agree with you. And look, that's why I put this in place, is because I wanted us to work together. I wanted us to have the information we needed to be able to make these kinds of decisions. I don't feel like we're getting the information, and that may be because you don't have it. But that is not any fault of ours. I mean, we have been trying to get this information, like I said, since last year in budget. But it feels very similar to when we were told, well, or we're not going to be able to pay the firefighters if you don't agree to this $10 million. We're not going to be able to pay the police officers unless you agree to this $15 million. We're being presented today again, and the reason this is on early and not on in budget is I was hopeful that they would be bringing some financials, or at least would say this is going to salary, this is going to pay this bill, etc. We're being given no information and being asked to pay for it. You understand our position.
Yeah, real quick, it's crazy, really, to listen to this. I mean, so we're being told that if we don't give money, you know, essentially you'll raise your hands up and say, well, they didn't give us the money, everybody loses their job. But just give us another $30 million so we can keep things on life support, and then we'll be back again, and we don't know what we're going to need. I mean, this is we're all in the same boat here. Like we're.
Let me interrupt. You're not on the thing, right?
You're exactly right. My bad.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Let me say something, y'all. Y'all want numbers. We want them too. I've been asking ever since I was dealing with this. You know, let me say this. Y'all talking to others. I ain't gonna call her name, but she know who I'm talking about. She's coming to each and every one of y'all lying, and y'all want to believe it. Okay? We don't have them. We've been trying to get them, but the numbers that she wanted to give y'all is fake. Okay? To make her look good, and just because somebody want to be a president, like I said, I started early this morning. Don't y'all start me today, okay? But that's what has happened. Come to everybody sitting there lying. And hell, she been lying to me, and I love her to death. But it's time to take care of some business. That's why we don't have it. One thing, I don't want routes cut because hell, it's in my district, okay? I don't want to lay nobody off, and that's what we made sure that we wouldn't do that because people needed their jobs. But I'm kind of sick and tired because all of it come back because, you know, little birdie comes around and tells me everything, okay? But y'all quit listening to these people until you got facts, and she's not giving no facts. She wanted to give you something on some paper like, hey, it's hunky-dory. That's not true. Y'all quit believing it. You know, y'all want to. Hell, after a while, we won't even have no transit. We don't have nothing. But we got to have time. We don't know numbers, and we begging and begging and begging. That's why that artist, hey, we got to pull it out. hard for you to get. New board, hard for y'all to get the truth. You know, ain't nothing better than the truth. Then you can fix it if you know what the truth is. But you know, you got everybody sitting there telling you a lie. And we sitting there believing it. Like, wow, you know? But I know she made phone calls to, I don't know who all answered, but to the whole council. Should not have. Really should not have. Because she didn't give y'all facts. Okay? She wants to be the president. She wants to be over. And ain't nobody trying to take her job. But she's coming to you and everybody else like, hey, I'm the one and I know this. I'm kind of sick and tired of that. Quit lying. Because, hey, if we get this straight, we won't have to come back every other month and say, but you know what, we just want to pay bills. We ain't giving them nothing extra. Because like what you said, Councilwoman Green, we gave them 30, we gave them 20, and we ain't giving them nothing in their hand. Not her right now, okay? We don't mind paying bills and trying to take care of the business at hand. But you know, this is a hard situation. But just quit listening to some of these, the ones that always want to listen to I this, I that, I nothing. That's why we in trouble, okay, with the matter board. And we trying our best to straighten it out. It just takes time. We don't want to give you false numbers because then giving false numbers, hey, it's not going to help us one bit. Okay, we got to give you true numbers. That's why we're coming back again in budget, and we're going to talk about monies again, okay? But like I said, it's hard, and we got to tighten our belt anyway with everything, okay? But I just got to say that because, hey, the little birdie told me what the devil said. I mean, I'm being honest. We can continue. What, y'all got anything else to say?
I don't at this time, sir.
Councilwoman White.
Councilwoman Green actually addressed most of my questions. I guess now the question is, how do we satisfy both parts? Is there a plan? I understand we're waiting for the financials, but in the interim, how do we assure that we're doing the proper thing by continuing to finance? So what's our happy medium here? Where do we meet in the middle?
Well, what we've looked at is very similar to what your colleague on this body has kind of mentioned. We looked at the current run rate of expenditures. Of course, we've been providing support for MATA, as you well know, and it's been at the behest of approval for both our general counsel as well as the counsel for this body. And that is at about a $5 million clip, a little bit more. And with that being said, we're looking at the funds that we have available now really running out sometime this month. The $30,670,000 will be done. The additional $5 million that we're coming before this body to ask for today for transit will carry on into the next period. There's some additional funding out there, and there's also, as we stated, the current forensic analysis being conducted. The hope is that we will be able to discover and get really clear access to understanding where those funding sources are, what funding is available in these systems, and that will help us to move forward into the end of the fiscal year.
In terms of...
If I may, to add a little bit of favor, I agree wholeheartedly with Chief Financial Officer said. The funding that we typically wait on, so from what we're able to glean from the cycles that we've been able to see, the MATA utilizes the city allocated funding to fund the operations until it gets its federal money. And that's why you get these bridge loans and other loans. The challenge that we may have here And we are waiting for our annual 5307, which is our federal allocations, is the timing of that. And with everything going on right now with the new administration in Washington, there's some question marks surrounding that. But the city money does typically take us through till early spring, when the federal money typically kicks in. We're able to draw down the federal grants, which takes us through and has in the past paid back any loans that the agency has taken from the city in the past.
I want to say just one thing. When you're saying federal money, I need everybody to listen to this right now, okay? Y'all please leave federal government and state alone right now, okay? Don't nobody like West Tennessee. Never have, never will. But we've been having complications because some of this body always want to go up there to the state and want to go here, and it kind of messes us up. These are not the times for messing up, especially with this new administration, okay? We need as much money as we can get, okay? So please, don't y'all go up there and start talking crazy to the governor's office, our federal government right now, okay? We just need to sit here and pray and hope that we get the things that we deserve, okay? They do not like West Tennessee. Nashville may get it, East Tennessee may get it, but we the last ones gonna be on the list, I'm telling you. It's been that way, and if some of y'all old out there, y'all know it's been that way. I'm 69, it's been over 69 years. Whatever we ask for, they don't want. But we keep messing with them. Leave them alone right now. Don't talk crazy to them. You know, don't get no resolution on something, because it don't fly, okay? And y'all ought to know, because we've been getting response back from them, okay? But we need all the help that we can to try to straighten these things out. Not only matter, but this is going to be with everything coming up nowadays, okay? We just got to think about it, okay? I'm through. And then who next?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for your presentation. Welcome to Memphis. I just had a couple of questions. I know, because I agree with my colleague, this presentation was a little different from what I expected. I did expect it to be very detailed based on, you know, the expertise coming in, looking at where we are. We've you know, done this for about a year now, and any information that he needed, I would have expected him to, you know, confer with our financial department, because it is very challenging to agree blindly to giving money, almost thinking whole, you know, and so the money that you're asking for had to come from somewhere. So there has been enough assessment to know what it is you need to ask for. So even though you may not have all of the numbers, what are you basing when you come back? Please let us know what you're basing the ask for. And I just heard you say that you only it's just enough for this month. That really is not helping us to look ahead long term if you ask them for money just for this month, because you know you have next month and next month and next month. So rethink that, because we're not going to be able to month to month look at that, you know. And so another thing is, what is the deliverable that and the expectation from TransPro? Why do we bring them on? Have we seen the success that they have turned other companies around? And if so, how does our situation fare with those success stories? What is the expectation that we have for their end result specifically? specific deliverables, not necessarily lofty goals, because this exact presentation I've seen. I don't, necessarily, I don't know, TransPro, so I don't have any expectation of TransPro, our former leadership or anything. I just want us to fix it, and so administration, city council, we're responsible. The board went out and got TransPro, so there has to be some type of contractual agreement that specifies what we're to get for, and so far, this is not, I would think, what you asked for or expecting, because we're dealing with financials, not aspiration. So I do appreciate that, and we're all going to stay positive. We all are positive, but we need some facts and numbers, which I would expect the board is asking for as well. So when you come back to have an ask, there has to be some substantial evidence of needing that money, and that's what I would hope to see, even if it's not totally concrete or exhaustive. There has to be a reason for you asking that, and I don't want to see you all come back with evidence or substantial support for asking for money for 1 month. That's not going to help us. It's not going to help the matter. It's not going to help the constituents. So if you would consider that, those two things, justification of the ask based on what figures that you all have ascertained at this point with TransPro's help. Number two, why TransPro? What are the deliverables? How long do they have? How much is it going to cost us to get there? Because so far, this right here, we already had this before they came on board. So those are the two things that I would like to see when you come back for the ask. Thank you. You're back, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy Black History Month, everyone.
Happy Black History Month.
Thank you. So it was just a few days ago on February 1st that we celebrated Transit Equity Day, and that's also in memory of Rosa Parks, and one of our most famous stories in Black history in this country. And everything that I'm saying moving forward is in her memory and keeping all of that in mind. So in a perfect world, and I thank you all for coming, in a perfect world, right now, I should just be asking you all questions about electric buses and sustainability and a green fleet. That's really what I would like to be discussing today. But unfortunately, I can't. And I'm not going to tear your presentation up like I did the other one, but as my councilwoman here, Councilwoman Green, so eloquently laid out, we still don't have what we've been asking for. And I'm not here to blame anyone, but I don't know if we need a special session for this to hash this out and we really say what all we want to say, because we're running behind and everyone's not going to get to speak, and people are being considerate and moving themselves out of the queue. Did this presentation say anything, and if it did, I missed it and I apologize, did it say anything about the relationship with the staff, with the employees? How that's going to be improved? How you're going to improve morale? And I appreciate you sharing those numbers, dealing with the number of buses on the street today and the fleet and all of that. And I thank Councilman Warren for his question that covered my question regarding that. Because I get the calls, I get the texts, I'm still getting it. I'm glad that you all are doing what you're doing and that you all are in place. And I wish you the best of luck, like I wish someone the best of luck about this time last year. But at some point, we have to say enough is enough and to just keep appropriating these funds. Can we ask Mr. Musk to help with this? Or do we need to throw a rent party, a good old-fashioned rent party? Or do we need to tax some chicken wings? Because we eat a lot of chicken wings in this city, but we need to find another funding source, an additional funding source to help us with matter. Whether one would admit it publicly or not, masturbation feels good. And these presentations are equal to masturbation. They make you feel good, but this is not real sex. And I want to equate real sex with real numbers, a real budget, a real audit, so we can stop playing with ourselves,
Colleen,
playing with the citizens, playing with the riders and the staff. We need some real numbers, a real presentation. And that is my point. And I'm clear on where I'm going. You're right. In the name of Jesus, we can add that too. We can add that as well. What would Jesus do in this instance? What would he do? I'm serious. What would he do? But going back, turn the tables over. But going back to my question, did this include anything about the staff and the employees? Because I'm still hearing from them, and that's unsettling to me. I'm glad that you all here. And so what I'm telling them is to trust the process. And I'm trusting the process, and I'm still saying trust the process. But maybe, like I said, we should have a separate meeting to really have a conversation about this. This setting, this time, limited, we're rushed, and it's not giving us enough time to really talk about it like we should. And with respect to the staff and employees, I do have a question. Can they speak to you all? Can they talk to you all without fear of retaliation? Is there an opportunity? Is that something that I could help facilitate or something? Is that possible?
Our team has been on the ground for 8 days. The first meeting that I had was with the president of the ATU and his leadership team. We met for over 4 hours. And so the lines of communication are open to the frontline employees. We have had several meetings and they are scheduling a employee event for us to meet with the employees on open shifts. Our policy, we have an open door policy. And so the employees, now saying that and showing that are two different things. And so that is going to take some time to break through that culture. We have to be seen, and that is something that our team has tried to emulate and show the employees by being available. But like I said, we've been here 8 days, and that's going to continue to take time.
Okay, so I know the Matter Board is comprised of people from different areas of the community, to include a bus rider advocate and also someone with special needs. Is it a possibility to have someone on the board or a committee that's in conjunction with the board that's comprised of employees, or at least one staff person on the board? Is that possible?
I think the board charter has already been created. Councilwoman, I do understand your concern and hear your concern. As Mr. Lewis said, he's only been here for 8 days. So with 8 days, it's difficult to provide you the data that you're asking for. The one thing that has frustrated us is to get all the data. And I'm not casting any dispersions on the previous staff or the current staff, because again, no CFO for 2 years, inadequate operational systems. So you lose a lot of historical data. And so what we have been trying to do is fix and operate at the same time. No excuses. It's the reality. So, with respect to the employees, yes, to the extent that our leader has gone and engaged employees on several occasions. So I hope they communicate that as well, that they've had an audience with our city leader, as well as Mr. Lewis, as well as the board. So to be excluded is not the case. Now, implementation, it will take some time because you got to vet every suggestion that comes through to make sure it makes sense. One, operationally, but then two, for service delivery. So again, we hear you, we understand the frustration and the lack of patience. Got it. But we're here. We can keep beating up on each other or we can fix it. And I say that we fix it. Your questions are definitely well-deserved. They should be asked. But I think we need to move forward with fixing it. And I think we also need to turn down the noise on the individuals because it's a system fix. It's a system broken, and it's going to be a system fix. So let's not point the fingers at the individuals. It's easy to do so, but it's not just one person that got us in this, and it's not going to be one person to get us out of it. It's going to be the collective. And I will say the current group there, they are cooperating. They're working with us. So I do get that. To your question, yes. Not necessarily on the board, but they will continue to have dialogue with the new interim leadership. Mr. Lewis is not there to be for long. The agreement is short term. What you see before you are deliverables. But in 8 days, they couldn't provide you a year's worth of data. And what we have and what the old entity had, the old leadership had, was current bills operating, but then they had to go and collect the debt as well.
Okay, thank you for all of that. So when you all return, this is quarterly, so it'll be another 3 months. So will we be in the middle of budget? Can we at least, with respect to the timeline, come back before we get into the thick of budget? And you just bring whatever you have at that time. Personally, I think we would prefer to hear back before then.
Absolutely, we're available at your call, and we certainly we are in the process of developing our monthly financials as we are moving forward, and we will have that ability. The challenge we have, and I think what you're hearing, is looking backwards and identifying the financial information from prior months and prior years. We will have that information moving forward. We're developing the financial reporting processes and procedures for this point forward, and you will have that detailed information. What we can answer is what happened prior to our involvement.
May I suggest the first meeting in March? Is that possible?
I'm the chair.
Thank you.
I'm the chair. Let me talk. I was going to do it. Hey, first one back, but let me handle this one, okay? Please. Not going to be in May. It may be, like I asked before, every meeting, okay? But right now, we could send 30 days, okay? That'd be the first meeting in March, okay?
Yes, sir.
But I want y'all to know and perfectly clear, I'm listening to y'all, okay? Wow. I'm trying my best to listen to y'all, okay? This is a situation, a very hard one, okay? That's why I said don't believe everything you hear, okay? You mentioned mud. It's coming up, I think, today because I got a lot of issues coming with that, okay? That's why I told y'all to please leave the state and federal government alone right now. Because if you look at the news, you see what's going on, okay? So all we can do is keep on praying, okay? You know, we got a devil in the White House, but God is on the throne.
Well,
Okay? So, hey, it's going to make this different, but it's going to take us. Okay? It's going to take us. And, hey, we hadn't seen anything yet. This man been here, what, 12, 13, 14 days? And, wow. Just imagine 6 months from now. Okay? And hate to say, y'all elected this man. I'm just going to be honest. Black folks, we've suffered all our life. This is Black History Month. Like what you said. We can survive. White folks can't survive. Maybe 2 weeks. Other than that, they're going to commit suicide. They're going to do all the rest of it. Look back into your history of what has happened, okay? But we're going to survive because, like I said, what they threw out is what we end up eating. And now, hell, they want it. Okay? It's a delicatessen to them now. But hey, they threw it out. But like I said, we got to be patient. We got to work together. And then, hey, money is going to be hard right now. And yeah, hey, month's coming up. I got some things I need to do because, hey, here in my district, I want to put him out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield the floor.
Hey, if he's not going to do what's what and do right, hey, it's time for him to go because, like I said, up there in Washington, all the rest, and what he's trying to cut, he don't care about us. Money, period. Hey, all the money. You know, some people now don't even know if you, hey, this might be my last Social Security check. You should have seen the banks. Everybody was at the bank on that because, hey, making sure that check was good this time. Okay? We better realize these people don't care about us. They don't care about your life. They care about rich people. Okay? If you rich, I want you, hey, you okay? Okay? You know, Rachel Maddow, she gave everything on, what was that, the man's name was Lynn. He gave everything. He showed what was going on. Why you think these Republicans will not vote a certain way? Because they're part of it. Okay? She had a segment, and if you watched it, it really would have pissed you the hell off, okay? Because this is what our government was doing. That's why they don't vote. They're not, hey, they want to sit there and talk about they're afraid of Trump. No, they're part of the system. And you see all these senators, and the man just snitched, and wondering if they ain't tried to kill him. Because he done snitched on them. But he the one that did all this. And all they doing is get rich. And they don't want but two type people, rich and poor. I can dictate to the poor one and the rich one if I want you to be rich. Okay? Because you're going to do everything that I say. Okay? We better get beyond all those different things right now. Because the man just got there. He's very dangerous. And Musk is too. Okay? And he's messing with people's lives, money, and everything else. If you don't believe it, give him another 10, 15 days, see what goes on. Then you'll understand where I'm coming from. And like I said, black folk, we're struggling. We can survive. But whew, it's kind of rough. I'm going to stop and I'm going to let you end it, okay? Because I'm going to get pissed off because, see, I look at the news all day. I do not sleep. My TV is on all night looking at MSNBC and these hating that doggone people, okay? They need to go back up under their rock and let us take care of some business. Other than that, we're all going to lose out, okay? The one that think they're making it right now, oh, no. It's going to be a different story. And we'll be back here every week if we can, trying to say where we're going to get $1 from, okay? We're going to be back here every week. And not just with matter, everything. You know, grants, all the rest. Yeah, they're trying to get rid of everything. Okay? They're trying to surrender the government, okay? And We kind of on our own. You don't believe me? Just keep on watching now. Keep on watching. And I want to say something, but I ain't gonna say that because I know that it's gonna happen sooner or later. Because God is in control. Okay, go right ahead, Councilwoman Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lewis, Interim Lewis, for coming in with your presentation. But there's a question that I've been researching and I've been looking into, which is very important. And I think every department should have this position in their organization. I just saw that you all created an internal audit. Am I correct? Am I correct?
That position was created before we got to the
There
agency.
is that position there.
It is currently at the agency, yes.
Yes,
ma'am.
it is. What is this person's responsibility and role, and why was this created?
I cannot answer that.
Okay, so you are the interim, and you're the board. Then I'm going to come to you, Miss Emily, now. This position exists, am I correct?
That's correct.
I want to know why, and why was it created, and the purpose of this position, which, and I'm going down the road with it, and why, in the state that it's in, is this to help? It's an internal audit position. So what I see you, Chief, and you already knew I was coming, because what we're not going to do is play games with this city. And what we're not going to do is create positions for folks that's been thrown out another position. You understand? Mm-hmm. We've been there, done that. This is how Memphis, you're notorious for operating it like that. So I want to know, what is the purpose, why, and what is it going to benefit?
My understanding in speaking with previous CEO Malden is that through a requirement from a report from insufficient performance, I cannot recall the specific report, mandated the auditor. It is not an accounting internal auditor. It is someone who audits around policy and procedure, which is where the agency was failing when the federal agency came in and mandated this position. The board had questions about this person, about her qualifications, and she does not have an accounting background. And so we were not asked about the position. We were not notified in advance about the position. And so when this person was introduced to us a month ago, we had the same questions, ma'am.
Okay. So why was she hired, and you had a question behind this position, and why was this created? Because you are the board, and we're giving you oversight over every piece of finance that's coming right now. You're asking for $5 million right now. So everything, every dollar right now is very, very critical and important. So creating sweet seats for people right now, this ain't the time.
Agreed.
So I want to know, I see you, Chief. You already know I was coming, because right now this ain't the time to play with the people. And this is just not it. Unfruitfulness, I will not be a part of darkness. I will not be a part of names and who you are and what you're doing, because we are in critical position right now.
Yes, ma'am.
And matter and people's lives are at stake. And you have created an internal position for somebody that don't have an accounting. We need accounting.
Yes, ma'am.
We need accounting. I know that our administration, as Chief has already alluded to, they are doing an amazing job. And I know we haven't got the numbers, but I know soon we will have the numbers. Because if you come to me as my child and tell me I need $5 million, but you can't tell me where you are at this part, I got a problem with that. You understand? I know you know where you are. You're just not allowing me to know where you are. And as our chairperson said, we've been lied to over and over and over and over again. So the buck stops here. But I want to know why this sweet seat was created and what's the salary of this sweet seat. And we need to look long and hard, because while you're paying this, it could be towards something else. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
May I respond?
Go ahead, and then I'm gonna let Chief, and then we kind of behind, we're gonna close out. And we're gonna take this back up a little bit in budget. Okay, so go right ahead.
So let me say that we were not asked about hiring that person. And, you know, as governors, I'm not saying that a CEO can't make that decision, but that is part of the problem. Part of what TransPro is going to do is review the entire organization, including the number of senior executives who are on staff, and we've asked for that. And so you better believe that that's going to be a part of the evaluative period. Let me also say, we've been in the job since late October.
Yep.
You know, Mr. Lewis has been in the job 8 days. I understand there's a lot of history. We've gotten an earful. But what I would ask is that, you know, give the process a chance. Give us a chance. We are not the people from last year. And we need the opportunity we put a lot of work into this. We need the opportunity to ask the questions and to make the decisions and to bring the right information back to you in a way that's intelligent and competent. And I am telling you that we are committed to doing that. And I am pleased so far with how it's going. And if you just give us the chance, give us the money that was asked, that was promised when we did not cut the roots, let the agency continue and give us more than 8 days and 2 months on our side to make this right. Give us a chance, and let's see what we can do.
I appreciate that, and bring us some numbers so we can just kind of see a little bit.
Yes, ma'am. I totally agree.
We need some numbers.
But we don't want to bring.
No, I don't want it. I don't want any junk. I want there are numbers out there, and so there is a number that you may not want to share publicly, but it is because it's the taxpayer's dollar. But there is a number. There is a number.
Not many that I have much faith in, honestly.
I understand that. Thank you, Chairman Ford. Thank you.
We appreciate y'all coming. We'll see y'all in 30 days. Hopefully we can try to get some of those numbers, everything else, if you don't mind. And if there's any questions, you know what? I don't want you all talking to different people. Y'all need to talk to the chair, or y'all can talk with the vice chair. Okay? Y'all, any questions, come to one of us, okay? And then we will take care of the rest of it with all of this, okay? But please quit listening to these people, okay? Okay? Because they're not leading us in the right direction. Thank you very much, and this committee is adjourned.
Okay, let's try this again. It is, we're on time. Well, council time, rather. It is 10:39. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee to order. Ms. King, you know what to do.
Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilwoman White. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Warren. Chair Smiley.
Dr. Warren got a lot of stuff going on. He's saving lives and helping the people of Memphis. We appreciate that. I heard we had a pretty eventful couple of committee meetings before. We're going to try to have less eventful Public Works Committee meetings, so let's be patient. Before we get started, I'll let Jerry Green tell me what to do, because we all should, and that's how our life would be better. Councilwoman Green, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair.
Hold up, your mic's not on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to take a moment of personal privilege because I am going to have to step out, but I'm doing it for a good reason, and I wanted to thank my colleagues. You may have read in the Daily Memphian that we have a resident in District 2 who, his name is TK Tanner, and he recently celebrated his 102nd birthday, and He is a World War II veteran, and I am taking him a resolution on behalf of the council. He's done a lot of amazing things, aside from serving in our armed forces. He was a salesman and sold a vacuum cleaner to Elvis. He was a pilot. He's a father, and he was driving up until 101, but he is he is not able to make it out of his home, and I'm going to take this resolution to him on behalf of all of us, and I just wanted to say, please excuse my absence for a little bit while I go do that, but thank you all for supporting this, especially Councilman Spinoza, because I know you really wanted to go, but you're leading the next committee, so thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you for doing that. I think it's always important for us to celebrate, people who've done a lot to pave the way for many of us for the positions that we're in. So thank you so much, and go represent us well. We know that. Do we really want her singing though? I think we want JSW or you singing. Join in. All right, okay. Let's handle the business of the city. We got 4 items on the agenda. Item number 1, a resolution requesting the approval for the sale in the amount of $280,000 of city-owned parcel located at 0 Dexter Road, Memphis, Tennessee, Shelby County, 38016. Further describes parcel ID number D0209000531, unincorporated Shelby County, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Move it by Spinoza, seconded by Janice Spurgeon Washington. Ms. Osborne, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning, brother.
Carlton Osborne, manager of real estate, 125 North Main. This parcel was a parcel that Fire purchased 10 years ago, 15 years ago, back in 2010, in order to build a fire station on it. The plans changed when the city decided not to annex the area, and so we've been looking to find a good use for the property, and at this point we have not, and we've got the best offer at $280,000. And we're asking for your approval.
Okay, Councilwoman, I have no idea who hands up, so Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilwoman White.
Thank you, Chairman. Who is this going to?
It's going to a ownership group, Rockwood LLC, and they are going to redevelop it. It is actually up for public hearing on February the 13th for rezoning.
And is this a local?
Yes.
Rockwood LLC. Are they here?
They're not here today.
And so what is an upcoming development? What type of development?
They're looking to put either a retail space or a gas station. It's in the county. It's not in the city limits. It's in no one's district. And since we've been marketing this property for over 4 years, and we have been getting some offers, but they have all been geared towards putting gas stations. And then when the gas station moratorium was going on, we got offers for this property, and we didn't even bring them to you because we knew they would get turned down.
See, that's why I like you. You know.
So now that it is, and another interesting piece to this particular property is that it is also, the city does not provide sewer service to this area. Therefore, it's been really tough to market and sell this property as a commercial property because of the infrastructure improvements that whoever develops this property would have to invest into it in order to get it operational as a commercial property. They would have to build septic systems and pumps and those types of infrastructure in order to operate this as a commercial property. So I recommend that we go ahead and get this property off of our roster because we are spending for maintenance costs for this property, we're spending up to $5,000 a year just to cut it. So that money is coming out of our budget. The proceeds from the sale are going back into the fire prevention renovation account so that they can move forward with construction of their fire prevention.
Okay. It says there's a subdivision, and I'm looking at this, Gardens of Grays Creek.
That is the
What is
neighboring
it?
subdivision, and it is in a subdivision, but they are currently petitioning to get it rezoned.
Okay. All right, so if it's gonna save us some tax dollars and we don't have to keep paying $5,000 a year, I see you, Melvin, over there shaking your head. You know, I wanna know where every dollar go
Yes, ma'am.
and how it's being spent. And I'm gonna say it again, it's Black History Month, Black Excellence Month, February. And this, as our mayor always says, this is a predominantly Black city. And we need to make sure that what we're doing reflects the growth of this city, because we have been very notorious not being good stewards of our finances and our monies. So I yield the floor.
You good, Councilwoman White?
You all answered just about all of my questions. I was going to ask how long had it been on our books. The only other thing I was going to ask is, when we do these, do we have an appraised value that we compare it to? Here I understand that there are some other considerations, but what is the appraised value of the property?
There was an appraised value given to this property at $560,000. We marketed the property for that or above for those 4 years, and we got one bite that was moving forward, and they bowed out, and this was the next best offer that we received. And we all know that market value is what somebody's willing to pay for a property.
So in your opinion, it is the $280,000, despite the fact that there's an appraised value of $560 based on what you just noted in terms of issues of sewage and the maintenance that we've been expending, in addition to the cost that it would have for any new owner to get it up to par, that the $280,000 is a good deal?
I believe it's fair.
Thank you.
Dr. Moore, you done? Are you finished? Are you done? Okay. All right. Appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Hopefully I'm correct. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's an opinion sure that ayes have it. Item number 2. Greater Memphis Chamber update on Shelby Farms Parkway project. We can do that first. Might as well. Let's go ahead and do it. Then we deal with the next one next as it comes. Mr. Michael? Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're absolutely privileged to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation to come and share. Is the microphone on?
I was on, if Meredith Keaton was sitting in this very spot, she would tell you, you need to say your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Bobby White, Greater Memphis Chamber, 100 Peabody Place, number Suite 1000, Memphis, Tennessee, 3103. Thank you all again very much for the opportunity. We're here today to talk about reviving Shelby Farms Parkway. For those of you who may be familiar, it is a project that years ago has taken on a lifespan of a number of years, and it's meant to deal with the congestion there on Walnut Grove as you pass Shelby Farms, also that very busy intersection, this dangerous intersection. In the waning days or waning weeks of 2023, this project was shut down by the former administration of the former mayor. This action happened without any update to the stakeholders and the impacted individuals and companies in that area, inclusive of Shelby Farms and also Agri Center, were not aware that this action would take place. And so we're before you today, have a number of individuals who are here who are part of the Greater Memphis Chamber's Transportation Committee, including John Dudas, who is the chair, who will speak very briefly in a moment. Thank you very much. John Dudas, who's the chair of that committee, and a number of our folks who are here as well. And I want to appreciate that Transportation Committee for their great work, which has included the most recent receipt of the the I-55 replacement bridge project. That Transportation Committee played a critical role with it. Shelby Farms, it is a wonderful attraction. It is one of the great assets we have in our community, 4,500 acres of green space. It is one of America's largest urban parks, 5 times the size of New York City's Central Park, 40 plus miles of trails, 20 plus bodies of water. The challenge is Shelby Farms Parkway is needed and has been needed because of the congestion that is historically on that stretch of land, Walnut Grove. It was done and has been in place to improve traffic safety and reduce congestion. Dr. Marty Lipinski, Professor Emeritus with our Transportation Committee with the University of Memphis, he has numbers regarding that to enhance north-south connectivity, spur economic development, and facilitate faster emergency response times. You all have a letter, and on that letter you will see a number of individuals who are signed on to supporting reviving this project. It is inclusive of Baptist Memorial Healthcare, which is impacted by this stretch of land. I want to also bring to your attention, this is the most complicated street sign I have ever seen. Just to let you know how difficult it is at that intersection. This street sign tells you, for your safety to cross Walnut Grove Road, please press the cross button and wait 20 feet behind this pole. Wait for all traffic to stop and the walk signal. That lets you know that's a dangerous intersection and one where our reviving this project actually would help to address the dangerous intersection in question. With that said, I'd like to pitch it over to John Dudas and name and address for the.
Okay. Thank you, Bobby. Mr. Chair, thank you, and members of the committee. I'm John Dudas, 100 Peabody Place Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38138. As Bobby mentioned, I've been the chair of the Chamber's Transportation Committee, and this project has been one of the priorities of that committee for over 20 years. Shelby Farms Parkway was included, if you can go to the next slide. Shelby Farms Parkway was included in the Regional Transportation Plan and also the Transportation Improvement Program of the Metropolitan Planning Organization, that's the MPO, for several decades, and it was removed, as Bobby mentioned, in November of 2023. The Federal Highway Administration actually issued a record of decision for Shelby Farms Parkway in November of 2019, so a little over 5 years ago, and that allowed this project to proceed. Farm Road, which is the primary entrance to Shelby Farms Park, is seriously congested, especially in the morning and late afternoons and during events at the park. This intersection is over capacity and backups occur frequently. When the environmental impact statement was done back in 2007, it found that there were 389 traffic accidents at this intersection between 2001 and 2006. And some of these involve serious injuries as well as fatalities. And if you have any questions, James Collins, who's with us, has more recent data on that. The lack of this new Shelby Farms Parkway really inhibits the proper and full development of the Shelby Farms Park itself. The proposed parkside development, which is shown in this slide, is dependent on the construction of this project. The project will include 1,400 housing units, a new hotel, offices, and commercial space. Bob Turner, who's the developer of Parkside, is with us today. Would be glad to answer questions at the end of the presentation. Now, this slide illustrates several things. The largest image here is of the Shelby Farms property. And on the left side of this slide, you see the Interstate 240 alignment in red there. On the right side is Germantown Parkway alignment in red. There's almost a 5-mile gap between those two roads. And this is a large gap for a urbanized area. If you go up to the left slide, up on the top, the left slide, that shows a portion of Memphis between roughly the University of Memphis at Deloche and Interstate 240. That is also approximately a 5-mile stretch through our city. But you can imagine if we did not have any north-south roads in that area, that means we wouldn't have a Goodlet, a Perkins, we would not have a Mendenhall, a White Station, or a Yates. So this is a comparable situation in that area. And then if you look at the area between basically the downtown and East Parkway, that's also roughly a 5-mile stretch. It would be as if we didn't have Pauline, Cleveland, or Crosstown, and Belvedere, or McLean. So as you can see, this is a situation that's very difficult. And that's why 40 years ago, the planning process included this proposed Shelby Farms Parkway. Now, finally, just a few highlights. Yeah, the next is fine. In 2005, so we're going back into history, Shelby County Mayor A.C. Wharton, that tells you where we were then, appointed an advisory team to develop recommendations for the design of this road. The advisory team consisted of a diverse group of individuals representing the neighborhoods, businesses in the area, as well as civic, environmental, and other organizations, including Shelby Farms Park. This team met 6 times between 2005 and 2006, intensive meetings, had 2 public workshops. Their comments, the public comments as well as the meeting comments, were incorporated into a recommendation which was prepared in February of 2006. So we're 19 years ago almost.
Mr. Dudas,
Yes,
quick
sir.
question for you. I mean, I think the council understand, I guess, the goal as it relates to the parkway, essentially to alleviate some of the traffic, kind of have people going in a different direction as opposed to all down Walnut Grove. And I guess this is where I am. I see stakeholder support, but I also understand there's people who are on the other side of this as it relates to where this body should allocate funding. And if you know me and you hear me say it all the time, I like a good argument. What's the best argument that you can make for the council taking a stance? Because as I understand, I believe the mayor is neutral on this issue. I'm not really sure what Ed's position is on this issue, but I think you all want us to take a position, right?
We'd like to get the project back in line again, which requires that it gets
The council got to take a position then.
Well, and the mayor has to request it.
Okay, so, all right, shoot your shot. Make an argument.
Let me maybe take a stab at it, and then I'll give it over to, I think the one thing that is in mind is a couple things. Number one, that this project was shut down without engagement from Shelby Farms or the Agri Center or the stakeholders in that area. So the impacted parties were not engaged.
Okay.
We have representatives here from Southwest Tennessee Community College.
Who's here from Southwest?
Chuck Thomas is
I see
here.
Chuck. My bad, Chuck.
Mayor Freeman.
He got a lot of jobs, though.
Right, he does. We won't mention AT&T. We also know that we actually have support here also from Bales, Boyle, also the Agri Center. This is a part of their master plan for their growth. This project is a part of the master plan for the growth of Shelby Farms and for the Agri Center, and it is critical in the development of Parkside, which would not exist, will not exist, but for the existence of this parkway, which was closed down by the former administration.
Okay, what's the acts of this body?
The acts of this body is to essentially receive this, and we'd love for you to support our asking the body take a position that this project should be something that the mayor puts back on the regional plan. It is the mayor's decision.
I like to do when we talk about supporting projects. There's always a dollar associated with supporting the project. Is there a dollar ask?
The project actually is to be 80% federally funded, and the 20% city match is to be provided by the Parkside project through a tax increment financing.
So it'd be funded by a TIF, not necessarily directly from the city coffers.
That's correct. That's correct.
But if things move forward with the project being closed down, there's a $3 million amount that will have to be repaid to state government.
Is there anyone from the administration that want to speak to this? Anyone? No one from the administration want to speak to us? I'm kind of tagging the chief back there, but he knows. He knows I was trying to tag him in here. All right. Oh. Mike. I'm sorry.
I don't mean to be, yeah, then you'll hear from the chief. As I was speed reading through this, there's a couple bold statements that you have on the back of this letter. And it says Memphis could lose $12.4 million in federal funds that were designated for the construction of this project. Am I right? Okay. And then you said if we cancel this project, it will require the city of Memphis, us, to pay $3 million to the state government. Is that the path? Were you journeying down that? This was what you're about to say?
Yes, that's the part we were mentioning, is that the project remaining will require the city of Memphis to repay that $3 million to state government. Reviving the project will take that off the table.
And I think Chairman J.B. Smiley, Councilman Smiley was asking, what is your ask from us?
Our ask is for your support to actually make a recommendation to the mayor to revive the project. Heretofore, anything that we hear from the administration regarding an opinion on this will be news to us. Where we are right now is that this is a reversible action that was taken by the former administration that can be reversed by the young administration. There has not been a decision to do that. We'd like your support to ask the mayor to move in that direction.
Okay, so that's all, right? No money.
Absolutely. Well,
we don't need no money.
Hold up.
We ain't got no money.
You know, when we talk about projects, there's always some money attached to it. We just gotta hear what the dollar cents are. Chief Adams, what say ye?
All right.
Make a good argument.
No argument, sir. I mean, with regard to the repayment of the $3 million, that is news to me.
Okay.
May not be news to the administration. So we'll take that in consideration, review, and understand what our risk as a city will be. Now, with regard to the administration, we have no opposition to the project itself. However, our focus is on developing the core of the city and some of the underdeserved communities and neighborhoods. So if you ask us to put it in priority, that's our priority.
Question for me, and then I will probably be quiet as it relates to this. And you hear some of my council members. Okay, so when we talk about priority, you say the core of the city must be the priority, to focus on the core of the city. I don't think there's any question whether this administration has been focused on the core of the city. I think this administration has done a really good job of being focused as it relates to that. But I want to know, does it hurt us to move? Does it not hurt us? Does it allocate funding differently? Does funding moves differently if we say, hey, we want this to be a priority? Does it take away funding from the core of the city right away? Or is it something that it should be year 2, year 3, as opposed to right now, because we would be moving funding differently? We'd be funding the project right now as opposed to funding it in the next year or 2.
So I've just been advised that the city has already started repaying the $3 million back to the state.
Okay.
So with regard to defunding other projects, yes. I mean, given the fact that we're not where we want to be financially, we will then have to shift priorities. It is not the mayor's intent to shift his priorities. He wants to really lean into the core of the city, building up the core of the city and developing those neighborhoods that have been underserved.
So quick question. Speaking of being advised, could you send this PowerPoint to all of the members? Yeah, to all the members. Okay. All right. That's it for me. I kind of still formulating my thoughts as it relates to this matter. I do appreciate the chamber for advising me. I know hopefully some other council members have some questions, because I got a lot of them, but I'm gonna keep them to myself for now. Go to Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know, I assume most people hopefully have been to New York and been to Central Park. And as you commented at the beginning, this was larger than Central Park. And there are a lot of cross streets, or not a lot, but maybe 4 or 5 cross streets that go across Central Park from Central Park West to or I guess 5th Avenue to Central Park West. And the thing that those roads do is they're buried. Okay, so they're not up where you're seeing the traffic going. They go down, and I'm just wondering what you guys are planning on doing to make this to where we don't have like some major 6-lane highway that we're looking at right there going straight through the park. Is that going to be, if I'm in the park, I don't see it?
Dr. Warren, the original design was for 6 lanes. It was reduced through this process I mentioned earlier to a 4-lane winding road with the major median. There will be many miles of pedestrian walkways and trails through that will be part of this project. So it'll extend the opportunity for people to be able to reach different parts of Shelby Farms through pedestrian and bikeways.
I'm saying, but
and those are separated from this road.
As we do this, though, I think what you need to be thinking about is if you're going to have a pedestrian crossway to go across, you shouldn't have to have people walk up 3 flights of stairs and walk across the crosswalk and walk down, because if you look at most of those type of crosswalks, they don't get a lot of use except for people who just really have to use them. You want to make this a park-friendly type thing if you put it through. And I don't know if that's in your plans, but I think you need to be looking at that. As I'm seeing it, what this is going to do is essentially let you guys develop larger I guess, housing and business on that north side of the park. Is that correct? So we'll have high rises there. People can have apartments looking over the park, and we'll have businesses up there.
The Parkside development is supposed to have additional housing units. I don't believe they're high-rise units. Bob Turner's here he's the developer if you have questions, but there's also going to be more retail space there and a hotel and even some office space. So it'll be a good mixed-use development on that side.
Yeah, and I do just want to say the sanctity of the park is something that the board for Shelby Farms has in mind. And so what we are talking about and talking through is something that they have supported, and it's in conjunction with their master plan. I also want to flag the fact that anything that it has been done can be reversed. We've had conversations with TDOT. So the idea that any amount of money, no matter how small it is, has been paid to the city, has been paid for the city to the state, all of that can be reversed. There was a Strickland administration decision that can be reversed by the Young administration. So this is not a decision that anybody is stuck with. I want to make that clear.
So as we're looking at this, I think one of the things I'm hearing from our administration is we've got a lot of parts inside the city that need development. And if what this is doing is only developing out east and putting more money out east, the people who are doing this, they came to this council that says, we're doing this, plus we've got 3 things that we're doing in Orange Mountain, 3 things we're doing down in South Memphis, and these are the things that we're doing in conjunction with this. You probably find the council say, that's a great idea.
Dr. Warren, the local match is going to be provided by this development, so the city will not be actually expending any of its.
But I think you're missing the point is that what I'm hearing my council members say is that we need to see money going for development, not just out east. So even though this is going out east and we're not going to have to pay anything for it, we want to see more development in the inner city, and these are the big guys who do the development. So I'm trying to give you some pointers that may be something that makes this palatable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so quick question. Is there a timeline when this project is no longer feasible? Because what I think I hear the administration saying is they're not opposed to this project, but just not in this physical window. Is there say, hey, we got to get it done in FY27, we got to get it done in FY28, we got to get it done in FY26?
Point of correction.
Go ahead. I don't know.
Chair.
Let me know.
So not only, with regard to the time, to the window, it's my understanding that the TIF that was supposed to fund this has expired. It expired in 2024 as well. So, yeah, so the TIF that was created and is supposed to help fund and support in this manner has expired. It expired in 2024 as well. So to move the project in this form will be different as well. So I think that there needs to be a step back and a reevaluation of the project itself and the forming mechanism.
Yeah, the communication we received from EDGE is the willingness to extend that TIF. Now, if they're hearing that differently if they're hearing something differently now from the mayor, I understand, but do understand that was a communication shared with us.
At this point, I'm at the point that I just want to hear it again in committee. But this is what I would hope to see between the chamber, the administration, and Madam President back there, Joanne Massey. I always get to the point of, we spend a lot of time talking about development, and we have to figure out ways to work together. It seems like, me just hearing what's happening now, it seems like there's some silos happening, but there's no true collaboration. We got to figure out what collaboration looks like. I'm not sure if y'all been having this conversation without us. Hopefully y'all have. Somebody told me the TIF was expired. TIF may have an opportunity to be renewed. But, that's not for the council to decide whether it can be renewed or not. What I hope to happen when you all come back, because, I do want to hear this, because it doesn't seem like it's something that we need to be pushing off. It may seem like something we can include in one of these upcoming fiscal years. But it seems like there's something we need to do to address the TIF. What will it take to address the TIF? And then, if the colleagues don't matter, we got another pressing issue I know some folks are eager to have some conversations about that I would like to get to. Madam President, talk to us.
Thank you, Chairman. And so Joanne Massey, President and CEO of EDGE, address 100 Peabody Place, Suite 1100, zip code 38103.
It's very specific.
Yeah, come visit. We're there. You can't get in until we open the door, though. But no, thank you for allowing me to just speak to this. So the essence of it is that we're open for any conversation anytime anyone contacts us. As the council knows, we make ourselves available for discussion about improvements in our community and for the betterment of our citizens. And so we're happy to have this conversation with the parties that are involved and the parties that are here today. At any time that decision to extend is made by our board. And so we would need to bring that forth for our board to allow them to.
So this is what I'm gonna ask the chamber and EDGE board to do. Then, if my colleagues are okay, I do want to handle the other issue as well, because this is just a discussion anyway. I want the chamber and EDGE to have a working relationship, because if we don't have a working relationship, ultimately who pays the price is our community. We have to have that conversation about whether it's prudent to extend the TIF. It seems like there are some very interested parties to talk about expanding the TIF. That's a conversation that needs to be had. It doesn't necessarily need to be a conversation that's had here. This body, ultimately says yay or nay, but not necessarily working out, some inter-party squabbles or some just differences on opinion. Can we just figure it out? That's all I want. Some unity.
Mr. Chair, ultimately, we're going to need the mayor to make a decision on it, because we'll be able to get the TIF. If it's a board decision, I think the argument is there and pragmatic enough for us to make the decision where they would make that decision to extend.
So I think
it's going to fall to the administration.
Hypothetically, let's say EDGE board decides to extend the TIF. Let's say they decide to extend the TIF. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen in this fiscal year, but if they decide to extend the TIF in the end, I believe deeply in Mayor Young. He has a heart for the people. I may not agree with some of his decisions, but I would tell everybody the man loves our city. He's trying to do what's the best thing for the city of Memphis. He's going to make a really good decision, and as you can see, this council is going to make some very thoughtful, have some very thoughtful deliberations to make some good decisions. So hopefully we can, and I'm gonna put it back on the agenda, and whatever Meredith tells me. So not this meeting, but the next meeting. And then what I would love to hear is the progress we made as it relates to, TIF, where we need to be extending. And, I'm gonna go to Councilwoman Logan, and then I'm gonna, hold up, Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Logan, and I'm just gonna keep it moving, y'all. All right, Councilwoman White's out the queue.
Yeah, you can take me off.
All right, Councilwoman Logan out the queue. See y'all in 2 meetings. What day is that? We don't know. March 18th. Shout out to Chairman Canale knowing exactly the day. See y'all on March 18th. Let's figure it out. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all.
New dates.
Pending the new dates unless somebody decides to change the dates. You know, Mayor changes a lot of dates, and we just listen to her.
Oh, no, it's pending. It's pending the dates. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
this-
pending the dates for real.
Okay. All right.
Say the first week in March.
Bobby, is this your flash?
All right. Item. I mean, he might not need it. Yeah. And,
Wait, hold on. Before you take it out, let me just.
yeah, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Ms. Hyman, am I allowed to proceed? I got a lot of bosses over here.
You need to introduce yourself as Sam.
I'm trying to figure it out. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna get to item number 3. So item number 3, a resolution requesting the approval for the sale in the amount of $482,000. Oh, not that one. Oh, 820. Yeah, so you got the good one. I need that. Yeah, it's not on me. We all need an updated one. Okay. So item number 3, a resolution requesting the approval for the sale in the amount of $820,000, a portion of city-owned parcel located at 2685 Plant Road, and further described as parcel ID 050101000054, Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, District 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, will be District 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. Moved by Councilwoman Swearingen, second by Dr. Warren. And before we go into this issue, I do want to say a few things to this body and to the members, the listening public, and the folks here. We do things quite different on this body. Trying to think through how I say this very succinctly without giving you a long speech, but I want to remind this body here we have the rules of decorum. Mind the listening public, we have the rules of decorum. We will not attack anyone. We will not call names. We won't do that. And I will just recess the meeting. We'll just walk out of here. We're just not going to have that. We're going to be respectful of people having differences of opinion. We're not going to yell at members of this body. We're not going to yell at the members, the people presenting this information. We're not going to yell at the listening public. We're going to be very respectful for each and every person up here, and we're going to handle ourselves like the leaders we are. Can we do that? I have utmost faith, and we will not use any profane language. I have utmost confidence in each and every person on this body. I believe in each one of you deeply. So let's have this presentation. It's been already properly motioned and second. Members of the administration, go ahead and make your presentation.
Carlton Osborne, manager of real estate, 125 North Main. Council, this particular property is a portion of the T.E. Maxon Water Treatment Facility, about 12 acres of this. We were approached by Colossus XAI to purchase about a portion of that property, about 158 acres up to T.E. Maxon. They have surveyed out and identified a portion of that property to construct the Colossus Water Recycle Facility on it. There was an appraisal done on that survey for $820,000, and we accepted the offer, Public Works did, for the sale of that portion to construct that parcel on, and we're asking for your approval to sell the portion that they are requesting.
Can we hear from someone from Colossus XAI to kind of talk through, any nuances and specific as it relates to the water and cycle plant?
Absolutely. Thank you for
name and address for the record, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity today. I'm Mark Carroll. I'm with XAI.
Hello, Mr. Carroll.
Address 43625 Buckeye Terrace, Fremont, California, 94538.
You flew in?
For this, I'll be here a lot.
Yeah. It's a good place to be.
Absolutely. I'm an engineer and a licensed wastewater treatment operator. This is my brainchild. I'm the lead designer and will ultimately be the operator. So my hands will be in the muck. So I have a vested interest in this being a state-of-the-art jewel for Memphis. So because it's something I'll be very proud of when we're operating this. So let's start with exactly what we're looking at here.
Okay,
So if you,
cool.
if you see on the screens, you can see Maxon up in the upper left, okay? Currently, Maxon is discharging something on the order of 70 million gallons per day to the Mississippi. We propose pulling about 20% of that, diverting 20% of Maxon's effluent down to the little red block you see there, which is our site that we're proposing that you sell to XAI. We will then polish that water and bring it up to cooling water makeup supply standards. We will then send it across the road over to TVA, down to the data center also, and then ultimately down to Nucor at the far end of the road. This will reduce the demand on the aquifer by approximately 9%, and it will be a state-of-the-art. It will be the largest ceramic membrane-based membrane bioreactor in the world when we complete it. So this will be, frankly, something really cool.
So let me ask you a couple questions, because I know many of my colleagues and many of the folks, here today, I don't think we truly have the right picture of what's happening. And I think there is a lot of statements and concern in the community about potential environmental impact. I see the folks from Protect the Aquifer here, and Dr. Warren, we love our drinking water here in the city of Memphis.
Absolutely.
So could you talk about any potential impact that it could have in the community?
The potential impact will be...
Is it negative? Is it producing any toxins?
This is a great question, because the potential impact is solely positive. All this will do is reduce. It will turn Maxon, instead of just being a wastewater treatment plant that does a fantastic job of treating all of the sanitary flows from the city and then discharging it to the river. Instead, Maxon will become an asset to Memphis, and we will take that water and then we will process it to a higher quality, as I said, reduce the demand on the aquifer dramatically, and produce no byproducts.
Okay, you really excited about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is a good thing.
I can feel the enthusiasm over there. Okay, all right. I have more questions, but I do want to make sure I know Dr. Warren, I know you're in the queue. If you're not in the queue, I am so surprised. We're talking about water in the Memphis. Are you in the queue? Oh, see, I knew it. All right, come on, Dr. Warren.
You mentioned initially that I think you said it was about 20 million gallons of that 70 million gallons were going to be going into the plant.
20%. So,
so 14 million.
Yeah, at peak. Yes, that's peak
That's
demand.
at peak. So is that just for XAI?
No, that is.
I'm saying, does it go up when you go to TVA? Does it go up when you go to Nucor?
Let's flip to that next
slide. My question is,
there we go.
I was under the impression that initial amount was just for XAI.
No.
Okay, and have you got any agreements yet with Nucor and with TVA?
We have signed letters of intent from TVA and Nucor that they will purchase the water from XAI. I think it's important too that we want this to be a financial win for TVA and Nucor also. So our intent is to sell this water, and this is what's in the agreement that we've worked out, to sell the water to TVA and Nucor at 90% of the ongoing rate that MLGW charges for potable water. That provides a financial incentive for TVA and Nucor, so they get something good out of it too. Besides just doing the right thing and pulling themselves off the aquifer, they also have a financial benefit, so that's good for everybody.
Did I hear you say that it would reduce our area demand of the aquifer by 9%?
9%.
Okay, so essentially those two other facilities right now, because XAI is not on the aquifer right now.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
So it's those two facilities are actually using 9% of all the aquifer water we as a community are taking.
That includes the XAI demand.
That
9%.
will include the XAI
Yes.
demand when they go online and
Correct.
need the aquifer.
Correct.
How long will it take you to build this, and when can we expect it to be operational?
Very
best
important.
Best case, worst case.
Assuming you sell, okay, that's on this slide right here. Best case next summer, online.
That'd be amazing. All right,
Yeah,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
that's moving very fast. That is, in this field, I'm familiar with constructing these systems and operating them. That's light speed.
Well, we saw what XAI came up at, so thank you.
So we're excited about it. So it's in our best interest to get this online quickly.
All right. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Glad to have you here. So I want to make sure I understand. The appraisal was how much?
Let's flip up to that previous slide. There we go. The appraisal was for $820,000.
Okay, 820,000. And we're selling it for,
820,000.
okay, great. The way you just described, you all are going to be using 20% of the wastewater.
Approximately.
And then you're going to go do your thing with it, and then you're going to sell it to someone else.
Just to TVA and Nucor.
And as partners, how are we benefiting from that sale?
By removing the demand from the aquifer, and the demand that is removed from the aquifer also allows Memphis to reallocate that water for future development. TVA uses a ton of aquifer water. And so one entity, the power plant, is using an enormous amount of water. If that water could be reallocated for other development, it benefits the city.
Absolutely. I love the idea, but I'm wondering how we can benefit financially from that arrangement, in terms of you get a little bit, you get the majority, we get a little bit, and, from the sale to TVA and to Marco, or whoever the other people are. Nucor. Yeah, all of the people involved.
Yeah.
Because we're all here doing this wonderful work together, and we love having you guys here. You are so innovative, and the technology and all the opportunities that are coming to our city. We want to make sure that we all share in it, and I know it's very valuable. So I was just wondering if there have been any discussions on part of the sale, we benefiting from it as well.
Specifically, as for a financial benefit, a direct financial benefit, we've agreed that it makes the most sense for the TE Maxon site to continue disinfecting the water. This is a process in the wastewater treatment. They disinfect prior to discharging to the river. That benefits this new system. So we've agreed to pay for the disinfection costs of what we're diverting down to the Maxon site. So that directly reduces Maxon's operating expenses.
But aren't y'all the ones using it?
Yes.
So it would seem like you would pay for that part.
Well,
I'm just
so this is water that
selling.
right now is just going straight to the river with no financial benefit. So by diverting it, we're reducing their OpEx costs.
Which is an asset for you as well.
Yes,
You need the water, and we're letting you use water, and you're using the water. You're reducing the amount of water for the aquifer, but it's still the same asset. So I was just wanting
Sounds
to
like
know,
it's mutually beneficial.
right? And I wanted to know if a conversation has been had about the potential that we can also have from the sale of the water that you're giving to TVA in the other areas. So,
Councilwoman, I'm not aware of any discussions on that end.
Okay,
I
thank
can't
you.
speak
So
to
I'll
that.
have another conversation with some others.
All right, thank you,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Walker, Cooper Sutton, and Canale.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for coming. The sale of the land, the $820,000, where will those funds go?
Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. They'll go back to the Sanitary Sewer Enterprise Fund.
And that involves what, for people who don't know?
That'll just be revenue back to the enterprise fund. I mean, the city of Memphis.
So who benefits from that fund?
Well, all the ratepayers of the city. I mean, because everybody pays a sanitary sewer rate that discharges to the system. So all that revenue will go to help offset either operational cost or capital improvement projects that we have planned.
Okay, thank you. So, sir, wastewater facilities for many municipalities use quite a bit of energy. And so what will power this wastewater facility?
We'll use MLGW power, but it will be minimal, on the order of 2 megawatts.
On 2 megawatts. So will that be for the duration for the existence of this facility?
Yes, ma'am.
So it won't be any expansions coming, surprise expansions or anything like that?
The only expansions would be one that the council desires and approves.
And what would an expansion look like?
If the council and the city thought that was a good idea and it was necessary and desired, we've set this up, we've laid it out to where there would be an expansion to the west of the red parcel there. So we would need some additional land to the west, extend out west. But that would be, again, something that would need to be desired by the city.
Okay, so will this facility produce any emissions? Is there a noise or sound level?
No, ma'am. Our one emission, so to speak, will be the same thing that Scott's plant, that the Maxon site generates right now, which is called waste-activated sludge. This is biomass. It looks like chocolate milk. We send it across the street to the city, as they call them, sludge ponds, but it's where you settle out your bacteria and pull off the water off the top. So it's a dewatering facility. That is the sole discharge from this facility. And it's the same thing that Maxon discharges right now.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. You know, council members, we are, you know, on time. Absolutely we're not. We're way behind schedule. I'm going to make a motion at some point. So can we kind of, you know, get to the point? Because I kind of think we already know where this needs to go. Go ahead, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I start, and I thank you for your presentation. I thank Scott for calling me because this is in my district.
Ah, okay.
It's in 38109, and it's 11 miles from my house.
Okay.
Yeah. And you said something, but I'm going to say this first because people that know me. You probably don't know me, but I'm going to say this here. And Ephesians 5:11 says, and I've been pondering with this very hard. It says, take no part in the unfruitful works of darkness, but instead expose it. Now, if you're a real Christian, that means you don't participate in the unknown, stuff you don't know, and that you do know that's in your spirit, that's down in your heart. I'm not going to be a part of it. The very first thing is you said something that was very key. This is the first of its kind. So you can't give me no guarantee of the first of its kind. Let me finish
yes,
and then
ma'am.
I'll let you talk.
Okay.
This is the first of its kind. You can't give me no perfect. You come up, and once again, you come with these plush presentations, and then you want me to buy into it. You all didn't need us when you first needed to come here. Everything was done behind closed doors. You didn't come to this diocese. You didn't come to this body because you affected my district. You affected the poor people, the black folk, the brown folk that live in this district. And that land that's over there actually belonged to the Chickasaws and the Choctaw Indians. And what y'all have done for so many years, this is Black History Month, just to remind you.
I'm with you.
Okay. This is not good for us. This is not good for this city. Memphis always want to be the first of every kind, and everybody jump on board. Nobody's in my pocket. I ain't been bought. I'm speaking for those that I'm getting these emails for that are concerned, that are scared, that are fearful, and all of this, that has no idea. Yes, innovation. Oh, we want all the innovation. We want it. But what we don't want is somebody who has been defiant, not in compliance with anything, that does whatever they want to do because they're billionaires, and come in and just take over a little bitty place like this with little bitty people, ordinary people, every day. And I want this dais to understand this, to be very quickly to decide on whether we sell this land or not. It's going to cost this city, and I'm going to speak prophetically, and you can mark my word, mark your calendar, and mark your date, that you're going to regret the day that you ever allowed something to move so quickly in such a precious city. This is by the Mississippi River.
Yes, ma'am.
We don't know. You said polished water. You're talking, the poor people don't even understand half this language you're talking about. Of course you're excited. You're getting paid really nice dollars. Of course you're going to push it, as you should. But when I think about my community in the district that I serve, they don't see that. They're still struggling. Food deserts, schools, houses falling in, roof falling in, streets look like I don't know what.
Yes, ma'am.
So I am not eager, nor am I excited about our precious water that's here, about what you all are trying to do. And the chambers brought you in, and now you need us so you all can move forward with your project. Everything that was done with this was totally disrespectful. And I'm going to say it then, and I'm going to say it now. to the city, to the taxpayers, to my dollars, and everybody else's dollar that's up here. See, they probably can't say what I can say, but I'm gonna say it. It's wrong. We don't want it here. The people that live in Super District 8, that lives in 38109, that's 11 miles from, they don't want it here right now because it's so much unknown. It's a supercomputer. You said there wasn't going to be any gas and maintain. Right over there now, that's what's happening. I got emails from poor people over in Boxtown, just they're dying. They are literally dying every day. And no one, have y'all gone over there just to talk to them, just to see how you doing? Can we do anything for you? I know we brought all this luxurious supercomputer here in this city, and it's affecting the toxin. They don't even understand that they're dealing with water right now, water issues. So I just don't think that and I'm speaking for my constituents. Do you live here?
No, but I will.
When?
Depends on when we break ground.
Okay. Okay. So you don't live here yet?
Not yet.
You know the history? I'm about to close.
Okay.
I'm about to close,
The
Chairman.
general history of Memphis, but not the details.
People don't want it here. We don't want it. And the way that you all did it, backdooring us, is unacceptable. Yeah, and I don't feel like we should be selling any property right now to anyone, to you and anybody else, especially if the unknown, and you haven't talked about it with the community. They have not heard from you all, and you just come and you just take over. How dare you think that you can do that?
All right, Councilwoman.
I yield.
Thank you. All right.
Chairman?
You want to respond?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I believe I can actually address some of your concerns about the unknown. When I spoke that this is the largest ceramic membrane-based MBR in the world, it's the largest that's using this type membrane, but this concept that we're doing, polishing the water to a municipal effluent to a higher quality for a cooling tower, that's actually done in many places, in the U.S., overseas. It's actually a very common process. So there's zero risk to the process working. This isn't special technology. No, for this process.
All right, hold on. Okay, so when I started this committee, this is what I said. I said we're gonna be respectful of different viewpoints. That goes for members of the public. That goes for the folks presenting. That goes for this body. Only one person will speak at a time. That's just how it's gonna work. No chaos. Only community. I understand that there's people feel differently about this project, but each and every single person in this room is here for one goal. I don't think there's anyone in here that does not love our community. So let's just keep that in mind. We're not enemies. We a team. Like, we the 901. There's people ain't here coming for us. We all we got. We got to figure it out. So let's be respectful, y'all.
Councilwoman, I would propose simply that for my piece of it, this little, I'm into this. This is what I love. I want to create an asset for the community. This little thing that I want to build will reduce demand on the aquifer, will reduce the possibility of intrusion into the aquifer of contaminants, which can affect your constituents. As I understand, that's a concern with the aquifer, intrusion of various contaminants from old coal pits, I believe, things like that. I don't know the full details. But this will be an asset to the community in all respects. And I'm speaking, I have to speak only for my little piece of it here. This will be a state-of-the-art system that it is not unknown. Like I said, it's very common. It will be well operated, and it will be operated for the benefit of the community. XAI as a whole will solely break even on this. We do not intend to make money on this operation. It's an enormously expensive project, and so we just want to break even on it. That's the only reason we need partners, is just to break even on a 30-year project. We're trying to amortize this thing over 30 years because it's so expensive. But it'll be an asset to the community. And again, I'm speaking just for this water recycling plant. So this is something Memphis can be proud of, as we're the first community in this area in the state of Tennessee to undertake recycling municipal wastewater. Instead of just dumping it in the Mississippi, we're going to polish it, bring it up to a higher quality, and in doing so, reduce the actual organic load that's going into the Mississippi too. So we're removing some of the organics that are currently in the water, going to the Mississippi, and producing a higher quality resource available for the community. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so thank you. So, I'm someone who's trying to figure it out. And I think Councilwoman Cooper Sutton has a very valid point as it relates to, we have to find ways to be proactive as it relates to educating people. For, she talked about it as an unknown. It's very common in places other than the city of Memphis. We as lay people are trying to figure it out. So, what I would like to see, and I know I'm intimately familiar with the work that Colossus XAI do as it relates to supporting nonprofits in our community, and don't tell anybody about it. They just, y'all just write a check to nonprofits. Y'all should tell a part about some of the work that y'all do, some of the philanthropy work that y'all do. Y'all should tell this, but that's aside from the point. My ask of you all is start having those intimate conversations with the community. Say, we're here. Let's talk about the work that we do. And you got to have those intimate conversations. You talked about you want to move to the city of Memphis. Memphis is a very unique place where relationships and talking to people matter. I think as you all move through this process, I think we have to be mindful of what a good corporate citizen looks like in our community. It may look different in Boston, may look different in California, but in Memphis, you're going to have to talk to some folks. It's just how it works. So that's my request of you. I know that Councilwoman White's in the queue. I know Dr. Warren has one sentence. And then Councilman Canali okay, point of information for Ford Senior. Walker, you got one statement. I'm going to let Canali close. All right? I don't remember that order, so y'all gonna have to help me. It's a lot going on. All right. Councilwoman White, go ahead. You, Councilwoman White.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you for the comment about the outreach, because that was going to be one of my first questions was, had you all had communications with the people in the surrounding area? My next is from our administration. So looking at this picture, the city of Memphis owns the land around the piece that we're selling. Is that correct? And the piece that we're selling is how many acres?
The city of Memphis.
No, the red. We own around the red. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And how many acres is 13 acres.
Yes, ma'am.
So my question is, in terms of you said there was an appraisal done. How long have we owned this property over here?
How long have you owned it?
Yeah, to the city.
We bought that property from the Port Commission in 2014, the excess land south of the wastewater treatment plant.
Were there any plans for it, or are there any plans for it?
Currently, no.
Okay, so the portion that was appraised, when was that appraised and by whom?
November 2024, Cushman and Wakefield.
Okay. And in terms of this property, with us owning the property around it and then its location to the river as well as TVA, is there any clause in there if XAI were to abandon the project or stop that we are able to take over, take back over operation of this plant?
Clawback?
Yeah.
We can add that to the deed as we construct it, but we haven't constructed the deed at this point. But that was not one of the terms of the purchase agreement, but I can add that to the purchase agreement as well, and then also add it to the deed.
The other thing that I thought about, in addition to the clawback, was, is there a provision in terms of if there is a sale that the city will have the first right of refusal if there is a sale of this particular property?
They're in agreement with it. You need a chair, chief? All right. We don't have a problem giving you a chair. Oh, okay.
And it's very important just based on the location of the land, in addition to the fact that the city owns the surrounding land. And I guess that would go back to, and I don't want to prolong this, if there was a consideration or what would be the positive negatives to leasing this property versus an outright sale, given that we own all the property around it. And I'm just asking because I'm sure you all gave some of these things some considerations. So I would just kind of like to hear that from you all.
Well, right now, so Colossus will construct, own, and operate this facility. So the city does not have any part in operating this facility. They'll be permitted by the state of Tennessee through their water reuse standards to distribute potable, non-potable reuse water. So right now, the city doesn't intend to own and operate this facility, nor if XAI pulled out, would we have the capacity to own and operate this facility.
Well, yeah, I was asking about leasing the property, like a long-term, like a long lease.
Well, it was considered, but we thought it was more advantageous for a sale to have XAI have full control of the land as well as the facility.
Well, and that's what I wanted to know. How did you come to the conclusion that it was?
Because the city right now, Public Works, does not have the capacity to own and operate a reuse facility, recycle facility. We own and operate the wastewater treatment plant, with the staffing and budget that we have for that.
Well, I don't think you're still not
understand.
answering my question. Okay.
I get where you're going.
All right, Chief.
All right. So, Councilwoman, I clearly understand and hear your question. With respect to the operations of the facility, as Director Morgan mentioned, we don't currently operate that type of facility. We have no issue with the operation of the facility itself. We can have a reversionary clause in the facility. One of the things that we don't want to do is to bring online a facility to operate that we don't currently operate. We're not in the business of doing so. So now, with respect to leasing, that has been a consideration, but the one thing that you have to consider that we took in consideration is, as landowners, you retain a lot of the risk and you retain a lot of the responsibility. It's easier to outright allow them to purchase. And then, of course, we then continue to have whatever regulatory oversight that needs to be. We continue to be their partner. But with respect to that, leasing a facility that we don't currently operate ourselves and we're not in the business of operating is really not prudent to us. And so that's why we did decide for the sale. We had the land appraised for the value of the land, not the operation itself. And so we're bringing to you just that.
Thank you, Chief Adams. You did answer my question, and I didn't want anyone to by any means think that I was suggesting that we own and operate it. The context that I was thinking of it in is, for instance, with the hotel. We did a 99-year, I believe, lease. We don't own and operate the hotel, but it's a long-term lease for instances of this when people make that kind of investment. So that's why I was asking if that was considered, and I do understand your logic as to why you thought the latter was more advantageous. My other question is, in terms of, you just mentioned the regulations. So it's my understanding that this will require underground structure and all of that. What are the regulations for this as this is being built out and the flow of how all of this will work? Who regulates that? How is it regulated? Do we regulate that? How often? What does that look like?
So the state of Tennessee the city of Memphis has a permit from state of Tennessee, TDEC, Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation. So that's what we're under for our wastewater treatment plant to discharge treated effluent to the Mississippi River. So our permit will be modified to allow an option for non-potable reuse. And that will allow the city to then divert flow to the Colossus facility. And then the Colossus facility will be regulated and permitted by TDEC with a state operating permit to distribute reuse cooling water to other industries.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
Shout out to you put on your lawyer hat. Good questions. Good questions. I told y'all I didn't remember the order now. Who next?
Well,
I know who's next. Councilman Ford, and then.
Point of order where everybody can be clear on some things.
Okay, there we go, Councilman.
First of all, number 3, everything's been wrong on it. Okay, first it had 482,000. Now it's 820. Then I want y'all to tell me exactly where the hell it is. Reason why? You got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Super District 8 and 9, and I know good and well it ain't there. So tell me where it really is in my district.
Chief Adams.
It's in my district.
All right. So we can get you the exact address, but Councilman, the reason that it's written this way is because Maxon itself services those districts. So those districts are impacted indirectly by the sale itself. So we just wanted to make sure that we're completely transparent with respect to what Maxon reaches. Now, with respect to, but the business itself is located
in 6.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't care about what Maximum served, this, that, the other, and all the rest. I need it perfectly on record because people are listening right now, especially my district.
Sir.
Okay? So please don't put it in 2, 3, 4, 5. It's in 6.
It's in 6.
Where this is. Now, it may serve all those others, but this serves 6. So let's make this perfectly clear today. Because nobody but my super district people and myself have to hear from District 6, okay? And I'm tired of people abusing District 6, okay? Yeah, because like I said, they can move out of the city. Everybody else put them out. California did. Georgia did. Texas
Hold on.
did.
Time, y'all. Councilman Ford has the floor.
Yeah, but we got to be clear with this, okay? Because like I said, I've seen things, and it's disturbing. Very, very disturbing, y'all. You know, it's very disturbing. But I said this, I think, at the last meeting. I ain't worried about District 6 because everything's down in District 6. So, hell, in order for them to keep on doing what they're doing, they're going to protect kind of District 6, but they might blow up everybody else. I'm serious. I'm very serious. Okay? But they ain't going to mess with where they are because they ain't going to blow up their own system. Okay? But I got issues with it, okay? Got a lot of issues. And then not only with just this, there's other properties that's coming up, okay? That's dealing with it, okay? And it's still gonna be in 6, not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay? So y'all don't put it in they represent, no, this is in 6, okay? It should be corrected, that people know, because 2, 3, 4, 5 don't need to think that they part of what this is, okay? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, for just a brief point. I mean, if you're here for item number 4, it's not going to happen today. We're going to hold item number 4 until the next council meeting. All right, now we get back to item number 3. See. All right, Walker, you said 1 second. And
it's been a lot of discussion since then, but I'm gonna do my best.
I'm gonna
do my best. Let me go and get started.
Hold on. You've been in the queue before. If you're finna do more than 1 second, I am gonna defer to the people.
More than one what?
If you're finna do more than just a brief point that you said you're gonna make.
I'm good. We good. And the rules say 5 minutes per time.
But
based on but I could be talking while we doing this. I could have been done by now. I'm just saying, go ahead. You have the floor.
There are some other people who have not had an opportunity to speak. I allowed you to go before them because you said it's brief. I just want to let you know that's why you're going before the people who haven't had an opportunity to speak. Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, sir, in lieu of Black History Month, for context, it is important for you to know if you didn't know, so I'm not making any assumptions or judgments, but this particular area of Memphis, Shelby County, and the state of Tennessee, the residential community that lies immediately out around from this area has been affected by environmental waste for decades. This area where you all are has a cancer rate of 4 times the national average, and I just wanted you to know that. And to the point that Chairman Smiley made about community engagement and sharing about the philanthropy that you all have been doing, and I just know of one specific item, but I know that you all are doing things. So to balance out this ill will and these negative feelings about this project and the larger project, it would be great if you all could share what you've been doing. Now, you may have been advised against that, but I assure you it has worked. It has worked against you. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
You know, when sometimes somebody's preaching, they just preaching. You know, tell people, you got to tell people about your good works. Like, tell people.
Yes, sir.
So there's a place to, be silent, but there's also a place that you got to speak your truth. And I think you need to speak the truth, because I understand the work y'all been doing, supporting our nonprofits that are deeply important to our community. Go ahead. I know you've been itching to say something, and I want to get to the council member because it is 11:54.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just with due respect, I do understand the conversation around it in terms of what commitments and nonprofits, but I don't want to overlook the fact that this project is, in fact, an investment in the community from the standpoint of what it does. I mean, instead of writing a check to protect the aquifer, there's actually a $80 million project being supported and paid for by the company that is going to directly protect the aquifer. So to the extent that we hear the concerns about what investment looks like and the community looks like, I think that this project should be treated as such. Thank you.
Okay, shout out to the argument. All right. I know, Dr. Warren, you want to make one more statement, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Chair.
Just one quick question.
Hold on, you're muted. I didn't, got a little muted happen.
Thank you.
My bad.
Will this plant have the capacity if for some reason we find we need to use more of this, of our effluent, more of our discharge from our sewer system? Can we do more if we have other businesses that come in that need water to keep them off the aquifer? And if so, how much more?
Yes, sir. Councilman, an excellent question. Short answer is no. So at this point, we are sized for maximum demand from TVA, XAI, and Nucor. There is not, we didn't build in, those are our partners at the moment, and we didn't build in any capacity beyond that. I have designed it such that we could expand to the west if the council so desired and the city desired, and there was a need for that. But at this point, no.
So, but you have thought about it, and you thought about it potentially if we needed it, you could expand. Is that
yes,
correct?
Sir. Yes, sir. It is designed in that manner.
All right. So, we're going to allow Councilman Canale to speak his piece. I know he's been...
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman Canale to speak his piece. Go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Warren asked my question. He took it right out of my brain. So I'll just make a statement. Mayor Young said it so well last Thursday at the State of the City address that Memphis is open for business. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for your investment in our community. Thank you for doing what you can to help protect the longevity of our aquifer. We appreciate your investment, all the jobs you'll create, and for choosing Memphis. I think this is a huge win for our city. There's no doubt that it will help decrease the amount of waste that's put into the Mississippi River every day. And being the largest gray water facility in the world, I think that's a huge win for Memphis. So again, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all your hard work to make this happen.
Thank you, sir.
All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. This is what I want to do. I want to, take a vote to see where we are. I don't know.
I don't think we need to take a vote today.
Okay.
I need to talk to myself.
Councilman Ford, Mike, please, so we can hear you.
Everybody wants to sit there and talk about this is a good investment, this, that, and the other. Sound good don't mean nothing to me. That's my district. Put it out east. I don't want you to say nothing. I really and truly don't. But we're going to postpone this right now till I have a meeting with y'all from my district. I don't care what nobody said. This is District 6. You need to see me. You should have come to see me anyway before coming here today. So we need to put this off with the next meeting. You set up a meeting with my staff, okay, and then we go from there. But I'm not gonna let nobody sit there and say it's a good investment. The hell if it is. Okay? It's an investment for you all. Come see me. 2 weeks from now, we'll come and see. And then, hey, but please come see me and don't ever come in District 6 while I'm here. Without coming to me first. You understand that? I have nothing against you, but please don't do that. Okay? You don't know who I am. I want you to know who I am. And like I said, when you come into my district with my black people, it's a different story. You know, some people may not like it, but shucks, hey, they ain't done nothing in my district, okay? Nothing but used everything and shucks, and they in a corner and act like my black people stupid. No, they're not. They're very, very smart, okay? So you come see me 2 weeks from now. You make sure I want all of y'all to come and see me. Set it up, okay?
Councilman Ford, you need to make a motion. So Councilman Ford, motion for a hold. Does Councilman Ford has a second? Second. All right, we're gonna take a roll call vote on the hold. Ms. Keaton, take a roll call vote on the hold.
Councilman Canale?
I have a point of information. I would agree to a hold as long as this body would agree to same night minutes at the next council meeting.
So there's a friendly amendment to the motion. The motion is a hold if it comes back in 2 weeks with same night minutes. Councilman Ford?
I have no problem with that, but hey, we need to talk.
All right.
And then that, I can bring all my whole District 6 to you. I don't think you want that.
So we have a friendly amendment, which is we're gonna hold this item for 2 weeks, and with the knowing that it's gonna come back with same night minutes in 2 weeks. Is there any, without objection? All right, this item is held for 2 weeks. It will come back before this committee. So there's one objection, and well, let's take a vote on, let's take a vote. Huh?
That's if it's past same night, but that don't mean it's gonna pass.
Okay. So are you withdraw your objection? Nope. So she object.
There's not an objection to anything. It's not
All right. All right, this item will come back before this committee in 2 weeks. Was it 1 week or 2 weeks? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And it would say the same as we'll see what happens when the body decides to vote.
Thank you. It would be helpful for me when it comes back if I had some of the information that I just requested regarding the thought of leasing options, a clawback provision, as well as first right of refusal.
All right, so make sure we have that information. What I would hope the administration and Colossus XI do within the next 2 weeks, make sure we're having conversations with people. You know, not just the members of this body, but members of the community. You know, I don't necessarily believe that this is a bad thing. I do know it provides overall a benefit, but still, when there's a lot of misinformation dealing with a project that's unknown, you're fighting that. You also fighting the fact that, you know, if people don't know, they're going to call their council members, and then council members are the last line of defense for the community. So let's make sure we're reaching out to Councilman Ford. As he said, this is in the heart of District 6, the heart of Super District 8. And let's just make sure we do a good job of informing people before we come back. So,
Chairman, one more thing. I apologize. For Mr. Carroll, if possible, I would like if you could send me any similar, I know you said this will be the first of its kind, but you mentioned something about, if you can send me just some similar projects where they are for me to look into, that'll be a great help for me. Thank you.
And can you send it to the whole council so we all can be, maybe some of them are privy to all that information, but I'm not, and my constituents are. So could you just send it to, especially District 8 that with Mr. Ford?
Canales. That goes back to Canales. What I just gave you.
No comment.
No, I printed this. This was in Scarlet. I printed this one. Okay. I'll make
No. Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. Good afternoon, City of Memphis, colleagues. I ask that if you're speaking or standing, please make your way to outside or a seat. Thank you. I'd like to call to order the Personnel and Governmental Affairs Committee of the Memphis City Council on Tuesday, February 4th at 12:11 p.m. Ms. Cole, please call the roll.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Logan. Dr. Warren. Councilman Canale. Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Thank you. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda for today, and that is the appointment for the Health, Education, and Housing Facility Board of Ms. Courtney Melton Fant. Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Motion by Dr. Warren, second by Swearingen Washington. If there is, both of you all who are at the mic, if you can give your name, address, and any words you'd like to share for this appointment.
Oh, okay. Oh, my name is Courtney Melton Fant. My address is 5340 Sycamore Grove Lane, 38120. I am a professor in the School of Public Health at the University of Memphis. A lot of my research looks at the intersections between housing policy, and the health and well-being of individuals and communities. And so I hope to bring my expertise and my skills to this board. And I see serving on this board as an extension of the work that I already do, and to help address some of the affordable housing challenges that we have in this city. And so thank you.
Good afternoon, Trey McKnight, 60 Union Avenue, Suite 1100, Cotton Exchange Building. I'm the new Executive Director of the Health and Education Housing Facility Board for the City of Memphis.
Councilman Warren?
Is there any possibility you're too qualified for this? I just was reading your CV. I was sort of impressed.
Absolutely not.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for bringing that expertise, and it really looks like you've trained your whole life to be on this board, so thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Any other colleagues? Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
I was born here, then I moved around, then I came back.
Thank you for your service. Looks good. Your resume looks great.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Mellenfant. Mr. McKnight, since you're here with us, I do just have a couple of follow-up questions from the last time that you all were here at the council. Has there, and since you're the newly Executive Director, congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Has there been any reflection or ongoing moving forward on how we're relating with certain projects that receive pilots from the Health and Education Housing Facility Board that ultimately have issues with our citizens?
Councilwoman White, I believe you had something to add to that before I say something. Did you?
No,
I'm
she
sorry.
wasn't.
To answer your question, we recently did an economic impact analysis, and it's yielded some great information. And if you will, I'll send that information over to you. Just currently, we manage 125 pilots. My compliance staff visit each one of the sites a minimum of 8 times. If they're in non-compliance, we then bring before the board and let them know that this will not be acceptable. Councilwoman White has seen where we have terminated pilots, and if they're not in compliance, we will make sure that we hold their feet to the fire.
What are we doing? What are you all doing proactively so that it doesn't come to, if they aren't in compliance, but to ensure that they will most likely be in compliance so
Yes,
that they
ma'am.
don't have to
lose their pilot?
Each one of our pilot recipients are seen at a minimum of 8 times. We have what's called unannounced visits by my compliance staff. There are pictures taken, and then there are information sent to them, letting them know where they are, what we need for them to remain in compliance, and if they're not in compliance, then they are referred over to our legal counsel, which is right behind me, Mr. Corbin Carpenter. But as of now, we have what's called our non-compliance list, and if they don't become to compliance, they are at risk of losing their pilot.
How many of the 125 are on the non-compliance list?
8.
And what's the timeline for them coming back onto compliance?
Good afternoon, Council. Corbin Carpenter, 386 Bill Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. To answer your question, Chairwoman, the current timeline compliance is 30 to 60 days maximum, and then at that point, we will reassess and take further action if need be.
So are those 8 there on the front end or the back end of that 30 to 60 days?
They're on the front end. Well, 4 are on the front end, and the other half are on the middle portion. 3 of those are more compliance on being late with certain payments, but more so than physical structure with the property.
Thank you. Just asking, if you recall, last year, the city had a major issue with one of the receivers of your pilots. And so just asking about what did we learn from last year moving forward so we won't have that issue from folks who are receiving pilots from y'all again.
Just by example, we had a individual that was in our non-compliance attempt to bring another pilot before our administration, and they were informed that this will not be acceptable until you brought your other pilots into compliance. So we are viewing everything very, very seriously. If you have something done in this city and it's not done in compliance, we will not have anything else. We will not add to the problem.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Colleagues, anything further before we go to? Oh, Councilwoman White, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to say thank you so much with your qualifications for serving in this capacity. It's really important that we are able to provide our citizens with, as the motto says, quality, safe, affordable, and sanitary housing. And I've no doubt from looking at your resume that you'll be an asset to the board. I wanted to make a motion for same night minutes on this request.
Second.
Is there a reason for same 9 minutes?
Yes, it is. So I serve kind of as the unofficial liaison to the board, and the board requires, I forgot how many, 7. And right now the board is down, and so down on that amount. And so in order to meet the qualified number for board members, requesting same night minutes, in addition to the qualifications, if there's no objection by anyone on the panel.
Council, you on the road down there? Yeah, I see that turtle shot it through.
I lost it. I know there it is. Okay. Just wanted to make sure and kind of make sure I was doing the due diligence. Councilmembers, you do have the vacancy sheet in your book as well, and so we'll approve the same 9 minutes for that. So all those in favor of sending down the Health, Education, and Housing Facility Board appointment of Ms. Courtney Melton Fant for same 9 minutes? Aye. Aye. Any nays? All right, that goes down. Congratulations, Ms. Courtney. And hopefully you can join us at 4 o'clock later. If not, it'll still be put through. Seeing no other business before, this committee is adjourned.
February 4th. Ashley, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Green.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Dr. Warren. Chairman Canali.
Here.
And Chairman Spinoza.
Here, thank you, Ashley. Item number 3 on the agenda today is being moved to next council meeting, which is Tuesday, February 18th. So we'll strike that. Councilwoman Logan, you are a class act yet again. This has now been held 3 times. Thank you. We'll try to get through this quickly today, and I'll just ask if anybody has questions. Please just hold them and get with Doug afterwards. All right, item number 1, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda as usual. President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So far this year, you have approved $16.9 million in allocations for MLGW. If you approve those today, that will increase to $40 million for a total, or this week we'll be asking for $40 million for a total of $57 million year to date. You'll see one very large project here that we've been announcing for some time to come, which makes up the majority of that. I'll move on to item number 1. Is a second amendment to the 2018 natural gas supply agreement. This is a pre-purchase of gas that is 30 years in the future. We renegotiate these pre-purchases, and when we do that, we get a discount on our gas. And that is that is one of the tools that we use for having some of the cheapest natural gas prices for our customers in the country. And so this extends the authority from October of 2049 to April of 2055, extending that 30-year purchase ahead of gas. It will save our customers up to $805,000 just because of this contractual extension. Item number 2 is a second amendment to the 2019 natural gas supply, and we're moving this one from October 2049 to April of 2055. Again, this is an extension of a pre-purchase of gas at a discounted rate, and this will accrue benefit to our customers in the amount of up to $227,000. So what you've seen just by these 2 moves, that's $1 million of savings for our customers and natural gas purchases. Again, one tool in our tool belt for us to keep gas prices low. Item number 3 is a request in the amount of $984,000. This is for engineering services. This is for an inspection for the item that will come right after that. The next project is the extra high pressure gas line replacement. As we do that, we have to stay in compliance with federal regulation for the quality of the installation. And so this is a contract for engineers who will inspect our work, specifically the welding, the coating, and the hydrostatic testing to ensure that this extra high pressure line is in compliance with federal regulation. The next one is the very large $28 million project. We've been talking to several members of the council who were here prior to this term about the extra high pressure gas line. This is a line that provides gas to our customers. It is located in southwest Memphis in Councilman Ford's district, District 6. What we are replacing is a 95-year-old extra high pressure gas lines. Gas lines of this age, they can degrade to keep the integrity intact, the safety and operational effectiveness. It's time to replace these 2 very old gas lines, and that's what we'll be doing with this project. This was delayed from the way forward, if you'll recall that plan, because of materials and getting all of the materials that we needed for this project, and now we're executing it. This project will be executed beginning in April. It will be complete by October. We'll be out of the heating season so that nobody is impacted by the gas line. And you're going to hear a presentation from Chandrika Winston Rosser right after this, who will describe the project to you. That's item number 2 on the agenda today. Item number 3 is Veriforce operator qualifications. This is a supplier that provides training to our gas crews to make sure that they are in compliance with federal regulation. We have gas operators. Because of the nature of natural gas business, our operators have to be certified, and this company provides the certification to our operators each and every year. Next is Davis & Shaw 200 kilowatt generators. This purchases 10 generators. There will be 5 of them at each the Davis and Shaw well fields. What these are backup power for our wells. In the event that there is a power outage, you want your water wells to be able to continue to produce water. Not all of our wells have backups. This starts our process. These two well fields are the furthest out from us, and we want to make sure that we have the ability to produce water in those areas because that's the area it's hardest to, quote, push water to if we have to. So this is a reimbursable project as well. Through the ARP, we got about 90% of the money. We're adding 10% locally for these generators. Next is a water valve and hydrant survey for $8.8 million. This will be conducted over 4 years. Now, what this is a survey, inspection, and operation of the 85,000 valves in our water system, plus several thousand, as you see, almost 10,000 fire hydrants. At a cost of about $100 per valve, they will go out, inspect it, make sure it operates, document it in our system to make sure we have accurate location, and report it back to us over the next 4 years. The reason we are doing this is you saw 2 years ago in the outage, we found a valve that was in the wrong location. Not the wrong location, showed it was on, but it was actually off because it was mismarked. And we had another valve that wasn't operating that we discovered during that period of time. So this will make sure that all of those, this is something you should be doing periodically. We have not done it for decades, and so time to do it again. Davis aerator screen replacement. This is literally a screen. If you have seen our aerators, those are those large structures that are water pumping stations that have kind of the orange sheen there. That's the iron that comes out of the screen to keep animals from getting into there. You don't want animals and birds perching in your water aerators, and so this screen will keep animals out of that water and other blowing debris out of your water aerators. The next is a 750 kW generator at the LNG plant pumping station out in Arlington, Tennessee. We used to have a liquid natural gas plant in Arlington that is no longer in operation, but there is a water pumping station out there that's one of our water treatment plants. And then this provides a diesel generator backup in the event that there is an electrical outage so that we continue to produce water in that part of the county. Next is ARC viewer replacement. Now, there's a lot of words on here about our IT team, but what this allows us to do is our crews in the field to have an accurate assessment of where utilities are in the field. We are upgrading the system because the operating system that is hosted on is being retired and no longer supported, so we're upgrading it to the new system so that we can continue to have support. This is a one-time upgrade of our system. Next is Trend Micro Enterprise Support Services. This is a support service that we contract for 12 months. This is a software as a service where they are providing help with the internet security of all of our systems. Next is a natural gas filter separator horizontal assembly. This is an assembly that we put into the gas line to ensure if there's any debris in the gas line, it doesn't go downstream and damage any vital equipment. This will be down in the location near the TVA Allen plant where we put a lot of natural gas, just to ensure that we do not get any debris into any critical equipment. This will be reimbursed by TVA. Last is independent claims adjuster services. We have a lot of people that do a lot of damage and they may or may not be in Shelby County, and so we hire an independent claims adjuster to go out and try to find these folks and recoup money that we are rightly owed. And they more than make their money back each and every year for us with this $90,000. So this is in our legal department, and this is a critical function so we can be reimbursed for losses that we have. Subject to your questions, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation on the consent agenda.
Thank you, President McGowan. Quickly, Councilwoman Swearengin-Washington.
President McGowan, are we still on track for our funding for the lead replacement?
So that's an excellent question. So far, we have not been impacted. We know that there are funding that is yet to be issued. We are working with TDEC to determine the money that they have already received, which is money that we have planned to use for the very first investments in lead service line replacement. We think that, according to TDEC, that is safe for us. We're talking about future allocations from the federal government that might be used for this. But right now, with what we have forecast, we think we're in good shape with what we're going to ask the state. As you know, it's probably still not enough, but it's going to get us moving, and it's not going to slow us down. We're still moving forward with our pilot program and with our first year of lead service line replacements. Shantrika, did I say that wrong? We're good to go for the first year? Yes. And no impacts that we see in the immediate future, but obviously that's something we're paying attention to with all of our federal projects.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
All right, thank you, President McGowan. We're going to move on to item number 2, update on Gill to Weaver Natural Gas Project, District 6, Super District 8. We're not voting on anything, so we appreciate the update.
This is an informational briefing for you for a very important project. This is in Councilman Ford's district. We have spoken with Councilman Ford to make him aware of what we're doing. There will be community meetings ahead of time. We'll ask all of you who might be having something in the area. We'll join in with you to share information. But I'd like to turn it over to Chandrika to talk about this important project.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Chandrika Rosser, Vice President of Gas and Water, Engineering Operations and Construction, and thank you for allowing us to present this project to you today.
Thank you for sticking around. We're an hour and a half late.
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't think of anything I'd rather be doing.
No place you'd rather be.
So you've often heard President McGowan say that we are in the comfort and convenience business. So when customers turn on their hot water tanks or their heat, they just expect things to work. There's a lot of things that happens behind the scenes to make this happen, and this is one of those projects. MLGW has over 4,500 miles of natural gas transmission and distribution mains. We want to tell you today about a project that will replace approximately 5.4 miles of pipeline. We will be replacing 2 18-inch pipelines with a 24-inch and 30-inch pipelines. These pipelines were installed in 1920 and 1940. So replacement of this 96 and 85-year-old pipelines will provide several critical benefits. It will provide enhanced safety for the community, ensures that we remain in compliance with federal and state regulations, and offers improved reliability for our customers and the natural gas system. You can go to the next slide, please. All right, so the map shows a picture of the pipelines that will be replaced. We will start up near Gill and Brooks, and we will traverse down through the county toward Holmes and Weaver Road. All right, next slide, please. So this is just a high-level overview of the project schedule. We completed design and procurement last year in 2024. We had a public comment period in October of 2024. Our environmental permitting was completed in October of last year as well. Construction and inspection contract approvals, that's what we are asking for today. We will have a project kickoff in February in a couple of weeks. And then our public communications will also start. We have on here March, but we're actually kicking that off this Thursday with our NAC meeting. As Doug mentioned, construction will begin in April, and the pipeline will be in service October 1st, 2025. Next slide. All right, so we've already talked about the pipeline construction will take place from April to October. As Chief also mentioned, the gas service to customers will not be interrupted. I've talked about the proposed route for the plan. The abandoned pipe will be purged with air and filled with cement grout. The pipe will be cut from the system and capped. This is per regulations, PHMSA, Pipeline of Hazardous Materials and Safety Administration, as well as DOT Code of Federal Regulations. So we do everything in accordance with those regulations. So again, 2 contracts are required for this project. The construction project, which is almost $29 million. The inspection contract, which is almost $1 million. We did purchase materials last July. Those were approved. That was almost $6.4 million. And those pipes have already started to arrive, and those are some pictures of the pipes being unloaded down near Weaver and Holmes. And next, we're going to talk about our communication strategy, and Ursula's going to come up and talk about that.
Good afternoon, councilors. Ursula Madden, Vice President, Corporate Communications. I'll be brief. We have been working with Chandrika's team, the gas team, since last year. I believe in December, we started putting together a communications plan for this particular project. It's all-encompassing. There will be a website landing page for those impacted by the construction. There's about 722 properties down in District 6 that run along this pipeline, it will be very visible to the residents who live there, so the communication needs to be direct and intense. We're looking at several different modes of communication, including texting, door hangers. It's going to be done by section. The website will actually outline the section that is being worked on. So we're being very intentional about the communication. As Chandrika said, we start communicating about it this month. We're plugging into existing meetings that are already happening in the community. So we'll be at rain stations.
17?
Yeah, the 17th, their Crime Stoppers meeting. We'll plug in there and talk about this project. There's 2 PJA meetings that we will also be plugging into this month and at the beginning of March. And of course, we've gotten together with Councilman Ford. He will be instructing us how he wants us to do a meeting down there for District 6.
Councilwoman Logan in the queue. And she's now out of the queue. All right, she's gonna get with you all directly. Any other comments, questions? That is all. All right, thank you, everybody. Whoa, hey. Councilman Ford.
Thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. We need 2 meetings, okay? One, when you get down to Weaver and Holmes Road, okay, we must have a meeting because very nice area. You got Diamond, Ruby, and Emerald, okay, in that particular. Then not only that, we need to do one for the Walker Homes, which would give the Gill, Mitchell Road, and all the rest of it. So Tara, get with her, and then that's where we can have 2 different meetings, okay? Thank you. All right.
Absolutely.
lease 3.98%. And at the bottom, we closed the transaction December the 19th, 2024. The lease has a term of 5 years, so the final maturity of the lease will be December the 19th, 2029. Top of the second page, the purpose of the lease is to fund the acquisition of solid waste vehicles and equipment, and the city did not incur any cost of issuance associated with acquiring the lease. Go to the very last page of the report, and you will see that the annual debt service on the lease is just over $1.3 million. And that concludes my report.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I guess if there are no questions on this specific, I'll let you guys go. I've got a couple of questions just for Andre that are unrelated. One is for the council, actually. You'll notice at the top of the report, you'll see Tennessee Comptroller of the Treasury. So I think it's every time. I'm 99. Yeah. Every time we issue debt or we have a TDZ, we are required to file annual reports. So this is also for your staff members. Instead of trying to go to staff, to administration, they are likely to be able to find a lot of the information on debt and what's going on and expenditures, et cetera, are in the comptroller's public file. So for that, just a heads up on trying to get information faster, and you can circumvent the administration from having to go through their team to do that. Mm-hmm. Are you seeing a better cost of capital by going through the negotiated sale process versus the bid lately, or is it just kind of 6 one way?
It all depends upon the indebtedness that we're.
I figured,
security, yeah.
And the level of who's interested.
Yep.
We're doing 200 million. It's a different set of players versus. Yeah, yes. Got it.
Yes.
I mean, 4% is still pretty good in the marketplace.
Since we've finalized this, rates have gone up.
Right.
But they started coming down this year. Over the past week or so.
And we'll see what the next 100 days plus hold.
Right.
So it should be a good time.
There's a lot of.
Yeah. Well, again, if I knew what exactly what they're going to do, I wouldn't be sitting here. But and we'll get into that as we get towards budget season. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Let's see. We're going to move on to item number 2. This is a resolution for the fiscal year 2025. Second quarter budget adjustment to adjust expenditures for unanticipated circumstances, all council districts, sponsored by administration. There is a request for same 9 minutes. I've got it moved by Dr. Warren. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilwoman or Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. Chief Person, the floor is yours to walk through the resolution. And this is moved to have was this a move to have it heard or? Move to a favorable recommendation with same 9 minutes. Yep. Chief Person, thank you.
Thank you. Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. If you would review with me as I walk through the resolution, we'll walk through the various elements of the resolution. We combined many elements from various city divisions and operating areas. We've also asked that those division heads that are involved to be present here in the committee room in case there are additional questions or details that may be needed that I may not be able to address.
It's appreciated, and to the directors that are here, thank you. It is appreciated. Just want you to know that.
Thank you. With that, we'll start. In the general fund, we'll start with grants. A few sessions ago, this body approved $375,000 of funding and same night approval. I believe Chairman Smiley at the time, I believe was still chairman, brought forth the resolution. 225 of that was funded. There was an additional 150 that was left over. This particular resolution addresses that. So you see $75,000 going to the Black Chamber of Memphis and an additional $75,000 going to this organization called City Leadership. And this will be funded out of assigned fund balance. Additionally, there in engineering, there's a $200,000 for relocation of engineering services. We've had engineering services co-located at a St. Jude property for some time now, and we're going to be moving that to a new location that is in the process of being rented and ultimately improved to be secured by the city. And this will be the amount of money that's needed to conduct that. Housing and community development, it's $438,800 for abatement of a public nuisance. This will also be funded out of assigned fund balance. General Services, Engineering, Fire and Public Works Division, there is a hazard mitigation grant program, and that needs some match funding, which was not accounted for in the original budget.
The amount of that match for across those various divisions will be $246,586. For the police services division, there is an adjustment in rank that's being required, and the amount for that adjustment will be $605,000. Of course, we discussed this a little bit earlier, but there was a commitment made to support MATA as they go through, or in a broader sense, transit, as they go through the process of getting adjusted and right-sized. And that amount is $5 million out of assigned fund balance as well. For fire division, 1.181208 is the amount needed, and that's made up of various activities. One is $670,000 for an adjustment in the driver's salary increase. This actually came out of the original budget period for FY25 as a result of a lot of moving parts at the same time. Drivers were left out of the incremental increase, and there are several hundred drivers, so the additional amount totaled to $670,000. There's $169,585 adjustment that is associated with hiring bonuses, which were previously funded out of ARPA, but a lot of these individuals were hired during the period in which ARPA funds were exhausted, but they're still entitled to that under the hiring contract. And then finally, there was $341,185 with funding for employees that inadvertently were left out of the budget funding process during the FY25 budget. For general services, there's an amount of $700,000 that is needed. This will come from assigned fund balance. This is to address some of the miscellaneous, or actually material and services subsidization of general services due to some difficulties general services have had in the past in hiring. And there's an expense or a budget neutral allocation of $610,000 to youth services, and this is coming directly from grants and agencies in the existing budget. And then finally, there's $1.4 million to recognize the Juneteenth holiday, which was also inadvertently left out of the original budget cycle. So that is the bulk of this particular resolution.
Thank you, sir. What I'd like to do is I've got Councilman Green in the queue. What I'd like to do, Councilwoman, I think to keep directors from having to come up and back, and I don't know, let's do it this way. Since I only have one member in the queue, we may go direct. What I may do is, I think we're gonna have several. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go by division down this list in order, and if you have a question for that division director, if you wouldn't mind raising your hand, and then I'm gonna try and get through that division so that we don't have people coming back and forth, if that works for everyone. All right, well, let me roll through this really quickly, just because then we can get to general and have more of an open discussion. But if there's somebody specific, like I said, I just want to stop does anybody want to address the grants? All right, no. Does anybody want to address the engineering item? HCD. It's the first page one. No, ma'am, one more below that. 438,800. All right. Okay, all right. So I'm going to come back to that one, and here's why. I asked Director Cash to print or to send me a memo, and she did, and it's being printed and distributed. She sent it Friday. That's my fault. You don't have it, but it's coming, and I'm going to come back to that one. I want to talk about that one too. All right, sorry. General service. So I saw MET. I think Cooper Sutton was one. I just want to make sure I get it. All right. General service, engineering, fire, public works division, 246,586. Anybody on that one? No. Okay. Police division, 605,000 to adjust the rank structure. All right. MATA, I got it. We're probably coming back to that one, but I know there's a long discussion this morning. Fire services division. Anybody for fire? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Well, this is new as of this meeting, but it was properly submitted by the administration on time in a party book. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I'll come back to you for a general question. Yes, ma'am. So General Services Division, we just had, we kind of talked about, that's a Scribner's error on there. I think it's supposed to be 700,000. Executive budget neutral. Does anybody want to talk about the executive division? Nope. All right. All other divisions is 1.4 for Juneteenth. I'm sure Councilwoman Easter Thomas has a quip, rightfully so, but I'm now going to circle back to Councilwoman Green, Councilman Warren, and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. I hope that went across fair for everybody. All right. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions, really. The first is the total 10.5 is coming from our reserve fund. That's correct, yes?
My latest information shows 9.9.
Okay, 9.9. I'll agree with your number.
It's coming from both assigned and unassigned
10 million
yes,
from our reserve fund. What are we supposed to be keeping our reserve fund at?
The state recommended amount is 2 months of operating requirements. So basically the way we view that would be on a level basis, roughly 1/6 of our budget.
Which is?
862 million. So you write about 140.
Okay. And where are we at?
Right now we're right at about 100, 112 maybe.
So we're below where we should be.
Yes.
And we're going to be taking, we'll round up, round down, whichever way you want to be, 10 million more out. What does that do to our credit rating?
In the short run, nothing. When we go back to issue bonds, it could have an impact.
And when we're not receiving funds, say vehicle registration fees, I assume that hole gets bigger because we were expecting that income, correct?
That's correct.
I guess my question is because, what I've read is our loss of income didn't seem to be problematic, in your opinion. You thought we'd be able to make it up in other places, but we are running below where we should in our reserves per the state guidelines. So I'm just confused. Either we're flush with cash or we're broke. You know what I mean? One way or the other, I'm just trying to get a sense, because it's our job up here to make sure that we're not getting afoul of state guidelines and that we are being good stewards of our money. And per the discussion earlier, none of us up here know, for example, where the MATA money is actually going.
Oh, no, that's correct, Councilwoman. And per the article, I don't think I actually characterized it as being not a problem. Part of the interview was that they did request that is there a possibility that we have something to offset that loss? And, I concurred with the amount that the reporter expressed to me was at risk. We did agree that it was $7 million, but we are running ahead on our use of money category, which is essentially interest rates. And that combined with slightly better performance with our ad valorem taxes, I said I believe that we could cover that gap. It doesn't necessarily mean I would be happy with covering that gap, because every additional dollar, to your point, would contribute to our unassigned fund balance. And I, like you, want to see that grow.
And I want to make sure that it's clear for my colleagues and for the public that every one of those dollars, I can't remember exactly how much it was for a penny, 1.2 or 1.4 million?
About 1.4, yes.
1.4 million. So every 1.4 million that we're losing, whether it's unforeseen circumstances or unrealized revenue, uncollected revenue, those were all pennies on the tax, on the property tax that we voted for that could have been lower. I'm trying to get ahead of this in budget this next year. I feel very uncomfortable on the MATA piece. I'm going to be honest with you. I would prefer us bifurcate that out. I heard no questions, or maybe one or two questions on the other areas, and maybe we could either reset the MATA piece until we get more information, or, you know, and go ahead and take care of the other issues in the other departments. I don't want to hold up fire and police and everybody else, but we have no information on half of this piece, which is $5 million, and you're telling me that it's going to put us even further below in our reserve fund, which when we go out for bonds is going to affect our credit rating. It makes me really uncomfortable when I don't even know what that $5 million is going to. So I would like to make a motion to bifurcate out the MATA piece of this and vote on the others as a group and MATA separately.
So we have a motion, we have a properly made motion on the table to divide the question to separate out the funding stream. Sorry, let me pull the resolution up. I keep saying the funding stream. Will you read it for me? I can't find it. Where was the? There it is. I'm sorry. Thank you. All right. Sorry. We have a properly made motion to divide the question to remove from the main motion MATA increase the budget to fund operational expenses in the amount of $5 million to be assigned by, to be funded by assigned balance. If I heard correctly, I think Councilman Espinosa has seconded that. A motion and a second has been made to divide the question. Is there any objection that would require a vote, or can we pass this by acclamation? So this has been divided by acclamation. So we are. We did. Yes, ma'am. So what we just did right now is we now are going to have two separate discussions. We're going to go back now to the main motion, which is what's in front of you, except for the $5 million to consider. And then once that's disposed of, we'll take up MATA as a separate item, which is what the motion did. So right now, we are now back to everything but MATA. So put a pin in MATA. If you have a question about MATA, hang tight on that. That's no longer being considered. As we were, sorry. Yeah, sorry, real quick, Jeff. One more housekeeping, then I'm gonna roll to you. Or Councilwoman Green, are you good? All right, so Councilwoman Green's good. As you were sitting down, Director Cash's team and her put together a, thank you very much, by the way, especially the turnaround. I thought this would be very helpful. Is a memo as it relates to the use of funds and kind of an update on what's going on with HCD and Serenity Towers. So as Councilman Warren takes the floor, if you will take an opportunity to peek at that before we hit HCD, because I know that that's a hot button issue from a lot of different angles. So I just want to make sure, and again, thank you to Director Cash and our team for putting this together. Dr. Warren.
Yes, Chief Pearson, out of the remainder here, how much of these monies are just a shift in that are not coming out of assigned balance, and how much will come out of assigned balance now that we have MATA no longer in there? What is that? So it's like we have $4 million, and what was the total amount of money that we were talking about to begin with?
The total amount that we were talking about to begin with was 9.9 of money that were coming out of one of the fund balance categories, with MATA being with the dividing of the question.
As I read, some of this said it was just granted by grants and agencies, neutral allocation. How much is budget neutral in this 9.9
that
million?
amount, the 610 was budget
That's
neutral.
the only budget
so
neutral
that
part
gets us
in
to
here.
4.9 million that's remaining.
So everything else here is assigned balance. All right. Okay.
Right, assigned or unassigned.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. That was my question.
Yes,
Thank
sir,
you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and then Councilwoman Logan. And if you have questions for MATA, hang tight on them. I'll make sure that we get you right back in when we get to MATA, if they were MATA related. But Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours.
And my question, okay, you said it's 9.9 million in the unassigned. This is where this money is going to come from.
Well, it's a combination of assigned and unassigned.
Okay,
Yes,
combination. Okay, but you're focusing on the 9.9, but you said there's a combination. So all of it's not coming from here.
Well, no, ma'am. So they're funding sources, and the funding sources that are related to this request, some of it is unassigned, which is just money that is left over at the end of all of our expenses, and then some of it's assigned. So assigned fund balance would be money that we have assigned for a specific purpose, and that purpose may no longer be adequate or accurate, so then it can be reassigned. In this case, we're reassigning it to these current expenses.
So, Councilwoman Green did ask a question. Once again, we always talk about being good stewards over the taxpayers' dollars, but this is, and I'm going to say this to the to Chairman and Opaling. I think the city needs a forensic audit. I don't know what is every time you look around, somebody's coming here for monies. I don't understand who's handling the balance, who's looking at your books, because this is poor housekeeping. And every time we say that we're not, we ended up doing something else, and then we're below 112. What the state, we're at 112. Did you just say that?
Yes, ma'am.
So where is our safety net? How do we stay safe in this city? How do we stay safe? How do you keep your home safe? How do you run your business that's in your household funded? All of you educated people here, when it comes to money, we can't keep doing the city like this. And it's on the poor people's back that we're doing this on. We all sit in these, you all do, because I don't sit in a high dollar job. You all sit in these high dollar figure jobs. And the poor people out here are living before poverty. And we can't, this is unanticipated circumstances. Are you kidding me? This is absolutely unacceptable. But this is what I'm finding out through my gut and through my Holy Spirit, that you all are so familiar doing business one way that we continue to do it, and we don't want to do it differently because this is the easy way to do it. Yeah, I'm fussing because I'm really highly pissed off to the highest of festivity. If there is, and it is for me. But we can't keep doing this. We got to get our books balanced. We got to see where we are. We got to learn how to count. Handle the city's money like you handle your household money. I handle this money. This city money is precious to me. It's precious to me. Look at our city. Our chairman, Canale, said we want to, yes, business. Vice chair, we want to strive in 25. How are we going to do this with all this instead of coming back in our credit rate and our bond? We can't do this. This is 2025, and we're back here again, asking for money for unanticipated circumstances. What are you all doing with your money?
Councilwoman, you have a question.
Okay. When I just get a text message saying they don't trust the government, chairman, they don't trust us. They don't trust us handling their monies. They don't trust us. What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to do? And we promised them that we're going to do better. Didn't we promise them that? I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. The personnel category,
Yes, ma'am.
From the ARPA funds, 169,585 for hiring bonuses formerly funded with ARPA funds. How are we going to move forward with that? Or is this just a one-time thing, or is this going to be every season, every session?
Well, as a way of background, we had $13.5 million of ARPA funds that was dedicated to public safety recruitment. And the challenges we had, and of course, the ARPA funds were fully obligated as of the end of the last calendar year. So at 12/31/24, all of that's done. Either it's under contract or spent. But that being said, as the ARPA funds were being expended for recruitment bonuses for police and fire personnel, there was not adequate tracking around how that process was going. So recruitment was going on at a healthy clip. People were being funded with these bonuses. They were in process of cadet training and so forth. We overshot the budget, essentially, going back during that period of time. So what essentially happened is we're now in a position where we're trying to fund out of the various divisions, both police and fire, for those recruitment bonuses, and they weren't adequately budgeted for, and that's how we got here.
So when you have situations like that, or this, who determines what the resolution will be? Instead of saying, well, maybe we can't get
this type of item, widget, gadget that we were gonna get, we might have to pivot and get the mid-range, you know, or we, you know, have to push it off to next quarter or season to bring online those, because this right here, we've already obligated. So some things that we have not obligated ourselves to, who determines whether we say we're gonna push that back another quarter, or and then gonna pay this? Because we'll be done with that at that point. Once we pay this, we won't have this expenditure anymore. So who determines that, as opposed to coming here to ask for it, you know, out of our rainy day fund, or because we definitely don't want to affect our credit. We definitely want to make sure we have money in the bank, because we don't know how things are going down the future. To me, this time is critical, and we need to sit tight as things kind of, you know, unfold and stabilize. So just spending, sometimes you got to tighten up. Might have to look at that, go back through this and say, is it anything on here that we don't absolutely have to do right now? And then come back and get the stuff you absolutely have and wait. Who determines that?
Well,
Us.
we determine it collectively. When we sit down during the budget season, we more or less scope out, you know, we'll talk to the public safety team and say, how many candidates are you planning to recruit this year? And they'll announce it, and they budget to it. We look at the budget that they provide, kind of do a quick sanity check.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. That's not what I'm asking. Say this particular expenditure right here, that came from ARPA funds, that we've already spent this money. It's only 169.
She's speaking to, we funded bonuses. I think it was like 10, was it, I'm trying to see, Fauna, was it 10,000? Was it $10,000 out of ARPA signing bonuses at the time? So
15.
Yeah, 15.
It was 15.
Yeah, so that's the program that the councilwoman's referencing. So I just want to clarify, yeah.
Since we went over this amount, I know there is something along the way in the budget, in this department's budget, that is $170,000 that you can say, okay, we're gonna have to do that next quarter. That's not tied to a time constraint or anything like that.
So, Councilwoman, I think I understand clearly.
And I meant the whole sheet. I just used that as an example.
So, if you recall, we did bring a budget adjustment back in December, which was budget neutral. So we went through the iteration of it. We went through the budget to find out where we could, for the lack of the best term, rob Peter to pay Paul, or to make ends meet. And so we were able to do that after looking at the different divisions and talking to the different divisions. There are, unfortunately, some things that we just needed the money for. Like, so you look at the personnel line. If you notice, there are two lines or two bullet points that we have employees that are actually actively working, and their salary increases were missed, or the funding for the positions were missed. So we can't go back into their personnel line to capture the bonuses. And so that we acknowledge was a miss. And so again, we did try to address that, but we have other items here that we've looked throughout to see where we could capture those dollars. And unfortunately, we can't. Where we did miss, we have to address. We do have some initiatives here, and I think you all are going to talk about that, and you received a memo with regard to that initiative for the abatement of a public nuisance. And then, of course, the grants themselves, I think you all are well aware of the grant issue. And then, of course, in engineering, that is, we've finally found a location that we can relocate engineering services.
Yeah, let's not relitigate what's already been explained, if you guys don't mind. As you appreciate as an attorney, ask and answer.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So, but let's move on. I mean, yeah. I mean, I got it. Are you satisfied, Councilwoman?
Yeah, so the question was, who determines that? And you said the finance department, y'all go through that, and you do that
we
each
took this
quarter?
to the mayor, and we brought this we brought this to you all as well. So we went back between December and current to see where we could make ends
And
meet.
this is what you.
And we were not able to make ends meet anymore. And so now we had to ask you for these additional funds.
Okay, and is there a way to put it back when we need to?
Yeah, so I guess the best way, I'm going to hop in here. Very simply, like any business, they're coming down to the end of the quarter. They've got bills due. They went together as their group, as the COO, the CFO, and whoever else needed to be involved, and said, how are we going to do this? We're going to make a series of recommendations to the CEO, and ultimately the call comes from the mayor, and then they got to come down here and get our approval on it. The thing I think when we talk about the fund balance, and this is more academic than taking a position, it's like anything. It's a statement of cash or a timing of cash flows. So what's our biggest cash flow inflow of the year? Property taxes, right? That's our biggest singular inflow of the year. And then every month we collect sales tax remittance from the state. And that's really a big piece, but it comes in over 12 months. And I think we're on a 60-day remittance timeline. So what Chief Person probably didn't get the chance to say, and I'm not saying we're going to hit it, but when you budget, we're budgeting our expenses, which we've spent a lot of time focusing on, and they're looking at their revenues to offset those expenses so that we have a zero budget. And the way we do that is any surplus or excess goes into a fund balance, right? That's how we balance out here. In the private sector, those would be your retained earnings. My guess is that when he made those comments or when he was looking at the outflows, he's saying to himself, okay, we have the 3 or 4 biggest months of the year for production of sales tax in the city between the Grizzlies' potential playoff run, spring in general, Memphis in May, River Beat, Smoke Slam, generally people just getting outside. So what he's hoping is that his forecasting on the revenues will outpace projections and that those incremental funds can then go into the fund balance. The fund balance is just a fancy word for available cash flow, would be the private side statement. And so if we don't hit those, then yeah, we have a little bit of a problem. And just to be fair to the administration on this one fact, we were in trouble on our city policy and the state recommended levels the day you were sworn in. You just didn't know it. And part of the budget and that tax increase for those that supported it was to, if you recall, I think was to try to put $10 million on an annual basis back into the fund balance. Now, to Councilwoman Green's point, that gets hard when you're spending it before you get it. And that's where we and the administration have really got to do better. And I'll be very plain. I usually don't talk publicly about my meetings with the mayor because those are meetings for us. But one of the things that we discussed was we don't know what the economic environment is going to entail over the next 12, 24, 36 months. If you do, you need to run to a brokerage account today and bring me with you. And what I mean by that is again, kind of on the private side, cash is king. Cash is king. And so if you look at when you talk about wealthy people and wealthy funds and wealthy entities, if you go and read what they've been doing over the last 18 months, they are all squirreling away cash because they want to be able to pounce on the marketplace when and if the headwinds change. For us, the problem becomes, what do we pay for things? I mean, guys, we buy hundreds of millions of dollars a year in goods. We move 15% in a calendar year. That's a real problem for us. So these are all the things that will come into play. And I'm really saying this subtly to us. I'll say it more pointedly. We need to be careful about where our cash is going over the next coming months on council-led stuff because we just don't know what that environment is going to look like. And I'm going to tell you, there's not another lever to pull. We raised solid waste fees. We've raised MLGW fees. We've raised property taxes. We've raised sewers and storm fees. We've raised permitting fees. We've done everything on our end politically and taken every hit for doing it. It's now us and the administration to hold and toe the line. So I do appreciate the pointed questions. I mean, we've got to be on the same team about this, but I think as this goes back to neighborhood improvement, I'm all about that. My only thing that I brought up last time about neighborhood improvement is I want to make sure that if we're going to spend the money, we get the returns for it. And we don't have to jump the gun. I've been here 5 years, waiting another 6 months, 7 months to talk through it. Ain't the end of the world if we need to. So we just need to be much more judicious about how we're going to spend money. And then from the administration standpoint, I've had a couple of people lean over and ask me about a couple items on here. Chief person knows this. He's got a full staff now. He's been in a year. There has been an extraordinary amount of cleanup, and I won't sit up here and continue to beat the former administration up over it because it just doesn't do any good, and I look petty apparently in the papers because I didn't get my way apparently. But here's the kicker. But the thing is, there's no point in doing a postmortem anymore on the Strickland administration at this point. What we've got to do is figure out how we're going to move forward. And for us, it's being more judicious. For Walter and his team, it's accountability, and he knows that. We have a very clear understanding about how he and I would like to communicate, how Antonio and I like to communicate, and how his team that is now fully staffed is expected to respond to the challenge through this budget process. And so, there's no threats by any stretch. These are just the set of expectations that he and I have agreed to myself. If I can't pull it off, I don't need to sit in this seat either. So, yeah.
Who is setting the priorities, though?
Well, for the
Do we
administration,
have shared vision as it relates to the priorities on how we're spending what we're spending, because that's important as well. I know on the one hand we have a lot going on attracting to the city, but on the other hand you got maintaining the city. So I hope you all discuss that as well, and that's going to be reflected in the budget moving forward. Simple things that we've asked for, say, we talked about the stadiums deal and the paperwork and those fine details that sometimes get left off that cost money, overruns or fees and things like that. Those are those the little small foxes that I'm talking about. Who's watching the hen house? So, and it's not just on you all, but it's your responsibility as well as ours. You're here 40 hours a week with the whole staff, like
That's
you
right.
said, and we want to work with you. But a lot of times we're like, okay, we'll ask something and we move on, and then we never get it. Then we ask for it, and then we've forgotten it, and then there's fees, and then you come back and say, oh well, we found this. So I would like to see us do that differently, because that kind of reminds me of how it was in the last administration. And I know you've committed to doing it different, but this doesn't look like it. And we can't keep saying, oh, I forgot, I missed it, I didn't see it, because right now it's critical. So that's what.
Thank you. No, I think those are great, and I think the timing couldn't be any better. So a part of that is the budget process that we've discussed. We're trying to make it more beneficial for you, the administration, and the public. Which is a good one. And then as a part of that discussion, we have, with the CAO of the council, briefly discussed ways to stay more organized and follow-up that takes the pressure off of individual staff to make sure that there's resolution follow-up. So a good example would be something like the $75,000 grant from the council. Like we need to make sure that, there's accountability from us of following up with the administration and who that coordination in person. So good timing for that commentary, because follow-up is the key thing. And I'm, not to belabor the point, but I've said this, our agenda gets jammed up. And our two primary authorities under the charter are budget and zoning. And oftentimes they end up taking a back seat. And I'm not trying to belittle or say that one thing is more important than the other, but I will say that one thing is more important, and that's the money. Is the most important thing that we do here as far as I'm concerned. And I wish that we would free up more time, and as I sit here and waste more time. But we've got to figure out a way to make it work to where people feel like they are getting the things that are important to them out there and the attention that they want on them, and don't feel like they're slighted. But we also have to get to the business of the city, and that's the blocking and tackling. And at the end of the day, that's paying bills and making sure that the administration's executing when we pay the bills. I think just to bring it all the way home and land the airplane, to Councilwoman Green's point, it's not an objection to public transportation or transportation in general. It's an objection to endless spending, the perception of endless spending without accountability, right? And it's very hard as part-timers, right? Like this morning, I was at my job. I think others have been at their job, and it's hard to follow up. So your point's well taken. The administration understands the expectations as we've gotten kind of into the rhythm of things. And I will say this, for what it's worth, this is important. One last thing to give them a pat on the back. Chief Person's team has gone through over the last year and tried to find every single funding resolution that was passed and ensure that they recorded whether that actually happened or not, and have raised the issue if they have not with that particular member, I believe. And so I think that that's important. They didn't have to do that. A lot of that stuff does get forgotten. So I think it's important to acknowledge people that are making the effort to try and be a team player. So I recognize the frustration in the room, but the effort's getting there, and I know it. And the last thing I'll say too is the budget adjustments happen. You know, if you were to bust our budget out into 4 quarters and say that this is probably less than a 50 basis point adjustment, if I had to guess, which if any other corporation, if you're under a point or 2 points, you're getting a pat on the back by the CFO. All right, I want to move us along. Thank you, Councilwoman. I'm going to move us to Serenity Towers to HCD. I know that that's a big subject. Here's what I would like to offer. As I'd like Director Cash to make her way up because I know it's a meaty subject. If we could keep our questions specific to the city's role in the funding of this money for today, if you would like to come back and have a broader discussion, I'd like to allow that to happen in HCD to talk about the servicer, HCD, their plans, the legal process, some of the questions I know that you want to ask, but really are more to the operations of the asset versus whether or not this money needs to be funded today. However, again, you were an elected leader. I'm just trying to keep us kind of the main thing, but I recognize that this property has been in and around for a hot minute. So with that, that's my lead in. I hope you all have this memo. Thank you again to Director Cash and her team. A lot of good information. Take it away.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Ashley Cash, Housing and Community Development Director, 170 North Main. And thank you, Chair, for recommending the memo. I think it's a good way to organize our thoughts. So without going into a lot of background detail, I think many are aware at the end of 2024, there were a lot of just news stories and a lot of individual community members calling, I'm sure y'all calling us and et cetera, around the conditions at Serenity. The city in the summer took Serenity Towers, their owner and manager, to court. We are still in court, so we remain in court pending litigation. But between now and then, the conditions just became unlivable for the residents. So to give a little bit of background, there's a 400-unit building. It's occupied currently by 150 seniors, several with mobility issues, disability issues, and we found ourselves at the end of last year with no elevators working in either tower, limited hot water, no heat in some of the areas. And so at that point, in the environmental court, the judge ordered the city as temporary receiver of the property. What that means is we have the ability and the obligation to maintain and operate the facility. The long-term plan for the residents is for them to be relocated. And we have had this meeting with residents. They are aware some of that work is ongoing in terms of helping people to be relocated, getting them kind of situated, getting their minds toward that effort. But so that's kind of a pen. This is not a long-term initiative of the city. We are looking at about a 4-month engagement. We have gone through the budget to see what that would cost. So there was no people, very limited staff on site at Serenity, no security at all. People could go in and out all day, and there were a lot of security issues. And so what we are requesting from the council to approve is about this $483,000 request, which is helping specifically the operations and maintenance of the building. On the operations side, that is, let me get my notes. On the operations side, that's a number of staff, and I think your number in your memo may be a little bit off, but 1 community manager, a maintenance tech, 6 security guards. So once again, it's 2 10-story towers, 200 units each. So we've got 6 security guards, 3 what we call fire watch guards in the event that one elevator is almost always consistently down. We have had some great discussions around how to make sure we're staying in compliance, keeping people safe, but managing that cost around fire watch. And then we've got 1 janitor. So we're paying personnel costs for the next 4 months. And then on the maintenance side, we're not rehabbing the facility. We're not doing any cosmetic improvements. But when there are health and safety issues, we're addressing those. For example, the elevators have been repaired a couple of times. Air handlers, when we had that really cold freeze at the end of December, early part of January, and the boiler. And so we are anticipating only making those kinds of interventions when they're absolutely necessary, not things that are nice to have. A couple of last things, Chair, and then I will pause for questions. We are entering into an MOA with HUD to recoup costs, so we'll be able to recoup about $160,000. That amount will decrease as people are relocated out because it's essentially their rent payment that they would have been making to the property. But that's around $40,000 a month. Of course, there's a reimbursement process to go through that. One, getting the MOA signed, but then also going through that reimbursement process. And then these are our budgets. This is the number that we budgeted. We only pay what's spent, so if it comes in under, wonderful. But we're not guaranteed, and we don't have to spend, this entire amount. So some of these costs, I think, have already come in a little bit lower than anticipated. I think that is the gist of what I want to say. I guess the last thing I'll add, how we recover our costs. We are actively filing liens on the property for every piece of work that we do on the property. We're in talks with legal and the legal counsel of the owner around what our options are relative to receiving our money back, maintenance, being in a subordinate position to the bank. So I don't have those answers today, but we are trying to.
I'm going to address that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. So it was in the memo. I want to get to that really quickly. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of questions about what the city is, quote, going to do. I would ask that you refrain from asking those questions because the answer, I'll just go ahead and answer for the administration. All options are all on the table. And we don't want to give away or indicate or make a statement that could harm our ability to maneuver in any sort of necessary legal proceeding or negotiation. I think is probably the blanket statement. And if I come over the microphone, I'm not saying I'm 100% right, but it's in the best interest. I'm not trying to stop you from speaking. It's just because in my judgment as a chair, we're starting to get into an area that may harm our litigation. So I just want to say that. And then last thing, just for the servicer, since I'm kind of the real estate person, it's a fancy term for basically the representative of the property. They don't own it outright, but they now represent the interest, so to speak, of the owner and the tenants on behalf of the court. They're the court-appointed asset manager is probably the best way to say it. So with that, I've got Councilwoman Easter Thomas from earlier. No, you're good. Okay. Memo's good. And then I've got Councilwoman White. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, exactly. We're going to file liens. The liens, barring a settlement, right, like a transfer of asset, will get settled either prior to or at a sale of the property, which ultimately, like, this is how this barrels down is the fees and liens, et cetera, will become so great that may be an option. So any other questions on this? Would anybody like for this to come back to HCD or be spoken about in an attorney-client potentially? I just want to just this won't be today, but I just want to get it out there so that staff can plan for it. All right. Yes. Microphone, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chairman. There was a question that I asked on yesterday, and I think that you were going to research it for me so you can get an answer. So would that question be appropriate in our client attorney meeting?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, colleagues, since there are no questions on this, I'm going to go one more time. I think Chairman Canale had a question or a comment on one item, and then I've got Councilman Spinoza in the queue. Councilman Spinoza, the chair yields to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind council members of this as I was reading this, and I mean, this is for all of us, for everybody in the room. So the third whereas on this budget adjustment resolution today says, whereas based on the general fund second quarter review, have we had one of those as a body? Chairman?
No, sir.
And I say this, I'm not trying to be like Dr. Doom and Gloom here, but it's our responsibility to do these things, and here we are again. And I know we're getting ready to get together, Walter, but do you have the date, Ashley, from when we passed this resolution? So we all voted unanimously and passed a resolution requesting quarterly budget updates from each division, department, the city of Memphis on CIP and operating status. And I'm not going to read all of it, but it says, I'll pull one line. Memphis City Council recognizes the need for each division and department to remain accountable to both the City Council and the tax-paying residents of Memphis, ensuring that tax dollars and public funds are used effectively to deliver services and complete capital improvement projects. So between MATA, Councilwoman Green said it today, and this is all of us trying to help each other, right, and going through this. I mean, you're talking all the tax dollars, the tax increase, 49 cents, about $68 million. It's gone through everything that we've talked about today, not to mention other things. So it just concerns me, and it's hard for me to vote yes on any of this stuff today. And I just want us to think about that, maybe even hit pause on some of it today. So something to think about.
Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. I'm sorry. I think Chair Canale is going to pull himself out of the queue in time. So here, all right. Let's take a vote. You're good. Thank you. By the way, I will say this. It helps. I know we have these routing sheets, but when we get to some of these meatier subjects, if you'll reach out to me like Director Cash did, I was like, hey, can you just put together a 2-page memo? It went very smooth. And even though it's my fault because everybody should have had it over the weekend, but it was very helpful. And honestly, it gives somebody a reference document to go back to so we don't have to spend half the time going, didn't we? I think I remember. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, we are now going to vote on the main motion to send everything that is on item number 2 down for a positive recommendation with same night minutes, but for MATA's $5 million grant.
Chair, before we do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask the administration what happens if we don't do same night minutes?
On
the main
motion. Yes, ma'am, absolutely. The chair's your, or the floor's yours.
I mean, I'm just asking if it, I know, what's the implication, for same night minutes as opposed to, giving us time to get more information from you between now and the next meeting? There were a lot of questions.
Well, we came back before you to try to ensure that there would be a smooth flow of operations going forward. I don't think we have any impending doom and gloom that will come from not necessarily having same night minutes, but efficiency would increase if we were to be granted same night minutes.
I appreciate that.
In some cases, some divisions would be running a little tighter than others, but I mean, it's not the typical urgency that we would have at the end of the year.
As I said earlier, I believe in excellence over efficiency. And that's just, something I try to do in my day job and in my job here. And so I understand that it'd be better if you had the money sooner and if they were in the right bucket sooner. I get that. But I think there's, to Councilman Spinoza's point, a lot of questions about this amount moving around to these different places. And so if there is not a solid reason for moving it forward, I would remove the same night minutes. I'd like to make a motion to remove same night minutes and then just vote on the motion as it stands.
Motion's been made to remove the same night minutes. May I have a second for this motion? Okay. It's been moved by Green, seconded by Cooper Sutton. Any objections? Or we'll just go to a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this item will no longer have same night minutes. We are now going to go back to the main motion, which is to send this down with a favorable recommendation to be heard on the agenda at the next regularly scheduled meeting. And this is everything that is in front of you on the document, but for MATA, which we're going to take up right on the heel of this. All those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The chair is an aye. This will go down at in the next regularly scheduled meeting with a positive recommendation. Committee special item 1 is MATA's grant for, I believe, the amount of $5 million out of unassigned fund balance or assigned fund balance. If I messed that up, it's one of the fund balances. Councilwoman Green.
Yeah, again, I would say this is something we need to do without same night minutes unless there is something that is going to happen. And I have not, either from this morning or this afternoon, been clear other than buses will not run and people will lose their jobs. Like, there's not been specifics to bills that actually have to go out between now and the 18th, I guess. And I'm not sure how long this will bridge us to. So there's just a lot of questions still out there. I personally plan on this vote just because I don't have the information. Again, not because I'm not supportive of us continuing to fund public transportation in its current form or future form, wherever we reimagine it. I plan to abstain from this vote just because I don't feel like I have the right information, and that's one of the reasons I would also ask that we not do same night minutes on it. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you. All right. Could you make a motion for that to remove the same night minutes? Just so
Sure,
we got
motion to remove the same night minutes.
Seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Seeing none opposed, same night's minutes have been removed. This will go down as it'll have the same recitals, and then it'll go down as two separate agenda items for the next regularly scheduled meeting. All those in favor of sending this, as a matter of fact, you know what? Yeah, let's do this. Here's what I was going to say. I'm going to roll call it. Let's send this down with no recommendation to be heard at the next regularly scheduled meeting. All those in favor?
Excuse me.
Yeah, sorry.
So we need to be very clear on what's occurring. Right now, Chief Person, and if you don't mind, I kind of want to lead and solicit a response so that we can be informed of our decision. So Chief Person, MATA request how much of a draw and how often?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, what's the run rate?
Yeah.
Let's just get to it. What's the run rate?
So as we go through this, we talked about that a little earlier today. I don't think you were here, Chairman, but it's about $5 million.
Right.
But there is a standing $1.5 million draw that they submitted to us early this week, late last week. With that being said, we have roughly about $3.5 million left in the original $30,670,000 allocation that this body approved. Unlike the better part of the general fund, with MATA particularly, they may run into an issue, unlike the general fund issue, where, again, in the absence of more information that you're requesting, we have what they've told us. We have what we've heard through Transpro, that they may run into an issue toward the end of this year, or at the end of this month, because our funding will run out. The $30,670,000 will be exhausted by the end of February.
Well, and again, Chair, just to butt in, we're not going to wait till the end of February. It's going to be the 18th. You're saying we have over $3 million. You're saying they've asked for 1.5. That gives a little bit of a cushion. Also gives you 2 weeks. And what I heard from the CEO today was they know what they need going forward. It's looking backwards that we don't have as much clarity. It's a little bit more opaque. It's really opaque for us up here, but even for you all that are deep into it. So if by the 18th, he could give us an accounting of what he needs to get through the end of February or even March, then I think we will all feel a lot more comfortable with this ask. But right now, again, it's just this amorphous, MATA needs it or else. And that for me is not enough information to vote right now.
Thank you.
All right. Cool. Not cool, but yeah, but I hear you. Look, guys, a lot of cleanup. We keep talking about this. MATA's issue is that we are running a business blind. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, it's not a private business in the sense that you're just not going to turn around and close the doors and put up a note, right? And that is the unfortunate position that the collective we have put ourselves in over decades. And, you know, this transition is going to be expensive and it's going to be tough. And, you know, we're not going to know what it looks like for another few months. And I think for me, while I missed the discussion in person this morning, I did get to pick up bits and pieces of it. And behind the scenes, I stay pretty much as close as I possibly need to. The point that I'm getting at is what we really need is a defined date of and I know this is in the report, and so I'm just stating it to restate it. We've got to get to a point where we know what the near-term transportation plan looks like, the entity looks like, and then we can go from there. It's just going to be painful. I mean, that's just the hardest part. Again, I go back, not to no one should pity us, but at the end of the day, I mean, a lot of political capital was used to move on both the administration side and the council side to move the needle on fees and taxes. And it's really hard to watch all of that eviscerated. I'll never forget, we closed the deal the day my father passed away. And every cent of that of capital that we put into the deal vanished that single day. It was the most painful thing I've ever experienced. This is about as similar as that is. And the reality is just we are where we are, and we've got to be, I just continue to go back, disciplined, thoughtful, and patient through the process. And it means making these certain things the priorities and not allowing distractions to occur with last-minute presentations and updates and outrages about things that don't have any votes or resolutions to them, because we can never seem to quite get back around. We're at 2:15. I'm supposed to have called this meeting to order or adjourn 2 minutes ago, and we're supposed to have a discussion on creating a division of the government, and we're out of time. That stuff has to stop. So with that being said, what we're going to do is we're going to take a vote on the MATA money. It'll go down. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, no, we're going to move on. We're going to move on. We're going to take the vote on the MATA money. There will be a chance we can bring it back to the committee if we need to. It'll be on the agenda for the next meeting. If the administration has satisfied the council's inquiries, it can also be moved from the floor with same minutes and be done with. The mayor can sign the routing document in 2 days. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Councilman Ford.
Talking about matter.
Yes, sir.
Gotta ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
I know money's short. We spent 30 million. We will not get back. Everybody, I want y'all to understand, y'all spend more than that on something else. Layoffs, paying people. Very important to me right now, okay? You wasn't here, Chair. We were here. Some of y'all wasn't here. Some of y'all didn't care, okay? The $5 million, how important can we hold off to the next meeting? Yes or no?
So I will defer to CFO person, but it is my personal that we need to at least vote on that and move it to the floor. And then if we move it to the floor next week, we can adopt it by same 9 minutes.
Okay.
My concern is, though, I definitely understand you all's perspective from the point of we don't know what bills are being paid. We do know that we are paying personnel and we are paying operations bills, but now we will have a better line of sight. I don't think anything, again, nefarious is going on there. We just need to understand, because we also have to take into consideration the organization has debt as well. So we don't know if debt is being attributed to the monthly bill. So again, allow us that opportunity, but I think we understand in the affirmative that we need to move forward. So I would ask that you all vote to move it downstairs, and then next week, in between time, we'll give you the data that we could obtain in that time. And it's got to be reasonable, because remember this, TransPro has only been on the ground for 8 days.
Yep.
So doing this particular job.
Those are my concerns, okay? I have no problem. Hey, we can vote on it and move it down, but hey, afterwards, we got to keep doing what we're doing, okay? Okay? But
Yes,
now, let me just say this. Somebody might get mad at me. I don't care. If we were talking about the trolley by itself, you wouldn't have no problem. But you're talking about buses, okay? You're talking about people's jobs. You're talking about black folks riding the bus, not the white folks now, okay? We ride that bus, Boxtown. Just take them for instance, okay? Y'all don't care about Boxtown. I do, because hell, that's my district, okay? They trying to go out east to y'all's job. Not in my district. They going out east. Take care of somebody's loved ones. I'm going back almost to the slave fucking days, okay? Excuse the expression. But that's what we do. And that's the only way we got to get there, okay? I don't have a car, but I can get up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and go take care of your children. Your children. That's why it's very important. We don't know a lot of different things because, hey, this just hadn't happened. This goes back to years, okay? Everybody knew, they knew it was coming and they got on out the way. Okay, just to be honest, they got out the way of this. They knew it was coming. They gone. We need to bring them back in. They need to tell us some things too. And I mean, we had to subpoena somebody to come back, okay? Yeah, well, we can really kind of get these things straight. But they left, okay? But like I said, I'm just concerned about the people, you know. But like I said, if it was a trolley downtown going for people to just get on and go, we wouldn't be talking about this. We talking about buses that pick up people to go to work. Ain't nobody riding the bus if they ain't going to work or somewhere. Why would I ride the bus? Okay? That's the only transportation I got. That's why I'm on this bus. Okay? I can't afford a car. They ain't paying me nothing much. But at least I got some kind of job and try to do something, okay? So I'm concerned about that. More important than anything else, okay? Yeah, so that's why I said we can vote on it, move down, and the next time we can do same night minutes, everything else. I'm just asking everybody that. Other than that, I'm good.
Yeah. Hold on, Councilwoman.
I'm good.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
I mean, what does that play a role in? We got to really look at that. You just can't keep hiring people in. Please, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sitting this down with no recommendation to be heard at the next regularly scheduled meeting signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this goes down. Item number 3, a resolution requesting a budget neutral amendment to the FY25 operating budget. Directors, if you are out, please go about your jobs. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you. Get on, please, quietly if you don't mind. A resolution requesting a budget neutral amendment to the FY25 operating budget in the amount of $185,569.02 to fund 3 full-time positions that were inadvertently excluded from the FY25 adopted budget, as well as requesting full funding for the 3 positions in fiscal year 26. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Let's do it. Oh, I'm sorry. To have a motion and a second to move this to the floor. Moved by Washington, seconded by Ford. Second, someone from the administration.
This is just simply us moving money from a legal level, other legal levels, to another one to pay full-time people. It was inadvertently left out in the last personnel push, and we recognized that there were 3 positions that we didn't have funding for. So we halted on some positions in golf and centers and hiring so we could be able to pay those positions that are coming in.
Perfect. Any questions or comments? Nope. Seeing none, all those in favor of sitting this down with positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Seeing none, this goes down with a favorable recommendation to be heard at the next scheduled meeting. Guys, this one's tough. I think so. I think it'd be a good idea. Here's the jam, though. Again, not to belabor the point, I will get with the CAO and the chairman, and we are going to stack time for this committee in the morning to have the appropriate amount of time to go over this. It's too important. And honestly, it gives you guys another couple weeks to tighten up what you want to say. That being said, so we are going to hold item number 4 till the next committee meeting. And then we're going to get dangerously close. One more housekeeping item to get out of here to Councilwoman Logan's point about the communication and the follow-up. I just want to reiterate, please, over the next coming weeks, as we get into late February and March, your staff is going to be reaching out to directors and to you, especially to newer directors. So that means older council members will have new directors. Please, 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 please take those meetings, even if they are 15 minutes just to hear from them. It's going to make the budget process a whole lot smoother. Please. Do we have anything else on that? Okay. With that being said, we are adjourned. Oh, yes, ma'am. Sorry, Councilman Logan. Yes, ma'am. So the at the administration's request, just because of the time slot, we're gonna dive into the Division of Neighborhood Improvement and amendment next meeting.
Yeah, it's going to require a lot of debate and a lot of conversation.
Yeah.
So, with respect to your time, I think it's appropriate.
And in the meantime,
like
if we
to
can
have
get
it
it
first.
yeah, and we'd like to get it together too. If we have to, we're looking at some things again for budget. It may be that we do 4-person round robin, open meetings, but 4-person round robin sessions where 3 or 4 council members can go sit down in the MLK boardroom and you guys can just ask questions. That way you get all the time you want. And it's not all 13 of us just, it can be overwhelming. So we'll try and find a way that we think it's productive for you and the public because, again, you heard my, not skepticism, but my questions, which just goes back to when you form a division, it's very serious and it's very hard to unwind that as well. So we just need to make sure as a body, you ask where we come in, the oversight to ensure that we feel like the administration has done the appropriate amount of due diligence in formulating this plan and the execution of the plan. Their job is to bring us the plan. Cool. All right.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. The February 4th meeting of the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilman Espinosa? Here. Councilwoman Green? Here. Councilwoman Walker? Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton? Present. Councilman Logan? Present. Councilman Dr. Warren? Present. Chair Swearingen Washington.
Thank you. All right, we will now move to item number one, which is a request for an amendment to Lamar Crossing Plan Development to allow a mini storage. Can I get a motion and second for this item? It's been moved by Dr. Warren. It has been second by Councilman Walker, who from DBT will be presenting this case.
Alexis Longstreet.
Give your address for the record, please.
135 North Main Street. The applicant is also present. This case was previously presented at committee a few months ago. And so the applicant has a presentation that you all have up on the screen here that they will actually be following.
Okay. We ready? I know the DBD recommended rejection, but the renderings show that they have done considerable design improvements, so we're excited to see those improvements.
You ready for me?
Yes, we are. Give us your name and your address for the record and let us know who you are. We've never seen you before.
David Upton. David Upton, 2106 Lee Place, Memphis, Tennessee.
David Upton, 2106 Lee, Memphis, Tennessee. And Sterling Owen, I'll let her introduce herself. She's attorney for the developer, and she can do the same.
Yes, hello, my name is Sterling Owens. My address would be 2157 Madison Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104.
Thank you. We're ready for your presentation.
Sterling actually was she was an intern at the city council in law school many years ago.
Oh,
Some of y'all were here, some of you may remember, I don't know. So I know y'all are glad to have her back.
all right, well, welcome back home.
There you go, home. So what you've got is this, and I think we talked a lot. I've shared pictures with y'all, and so I've got pictures and design renderings and things. This was a PUD developed with around some affordable apartments that were built about 15 years ago or more, and you can see them in the back. And they've been maintained well, and they look great still, and they're a good affordable housing community, about 120 units. There was an Aldi over to the right. You can still see it. Closed down a few years ago. I used to go there, so it broke a lot of our hearts, and we're hoping we can get some grocery store back. And our client, the developer, bought the property in the front, so there's this big vacant lot that's been empty for quite a long time. So this is so basically what we've in the discussions with Councilwoman Swearingen, a number of y'all, this use isn't set up for the PUD. It's not one of the allowed uses by right. And so the question is, how can we design a self-storage facility that will be something that adds to where you all and everybody wants Lamar, the direction we want it to be headed in, and not send it in the wrong direction. And those are the kind of discussions we've had with many of you all, with the staff here at the Department of Planning and Development, and with a lot of the neighbors and other property owners. And we've gotten some really good results. And so I'm going to take you through a lot of y'all drive up and down Lamar quite a bit. And some of you, when you see some of these things, you're going to say, oh, I remember that place. Some of you don't do it as much. So we're just going to walk through some things and show you the designs. This is a used car lot and garage next door. There's a lot of car lots, and there's a lot of, kind of industrial use in Lamar. So obviously this is, these are established businesses, but I think we're looking for more of a retail look that's compatible. That's the closed Aldi on the other side. You can go ahead. There are a lot of retail establishments up and down Lamar, been there a long time, and we obviously want to accentuate what they're doing and support them. Here's one of the many. Next. You're probably familiar with. There's a Dollar General. That's a newer business there. There's a Family Dollar close by. So there are some stores there. We just don't have a grocery store. Go ahead. This is a corner you might know. That's down there close to the Pendleton. Is it Drapers? They do alterations. I've been taking my stuff there and they're a great. So there's a lot of great businesses there. A lot of people know them. And obviously we want to do something that supports them. Go ahead. Lee's Market, that's an older building, but they're a convenience store and they sell a lot of different things. A lot of people have been in there and they sell food and whatnot. And they've been there a long time. It's an older building, and that one in the back is empty, unfortunately. So there's a lot of, you drive up and down Lamar, you'll see that. You'll see business, and then you'll see a couple empties, and that's a shame. So we obviously want to do something that encourages people to come and invest. There is a U-Haul. You've driven by that over there, closer to Prescott. They do have some mini storage, and their buildings are a little more warehousey and industrial looking. So we went and looked at that and said, okay, so if we're moving away from industrial and warehousing, let's try to remember this. Go ahead. Tire shops, a lot of tire shops. I think tire shop, if it's a new tire shop, you might do it by right. I mean, so there's a lot of things that we can do by right that I think we wouldn't want to do. But, you know, they're a business. And then there's a closed one. I don't know what that is, but it's closed next door. Go ahead. You got this. You got a lot of this. There's a Payless, closed, a lot of that. There's 4 or 5 in this stretch gas stations. So we got plenty of gas stations. A lot of the residents said, you're not going to do a gas station, because we went and talked. I talked to a lot of the apartment people. What would you like? Here's what we're doing. You're not doing a gas station, are you? No gas station. No gas station. Another warehouse that's some kind of a building. It's empty right now. Next. Oh, okay, this is an interesting business. This is called Candyland, and at Christmas I stopped in there to visit with them, and I thought, wait, I need to buy some candy for Christmas. You know, you haven't had candy for Christmas? And I was disturbed because it was not a candy store. In fact, it's a gentleman's club, and it's in a gentleman's club. So when I told them, but listen, I want to know, Councilwoman Swearingen wants me to make sure we visit with everybody. I will personally assure you that I will go back and get their input when they're open one day. I will take that upon myself, and y'all can come with me if you like. So, however, these are the apartments in the back. That's the hotel across the street, and I don't think they don't do hourly rates. It's a good-looking hotel, and so we said, how do we put something together? And really, those apartment owners, I mean, they have to live in front of this. They're kind of the major constituents we were thinking about. And a lot of them were saying, oh, yeah, the storage unit, so it's quiet, not a whole lot of traffic. I'll have some stats at the next meeting when we go to the floor. There's a lot of stats about how many visits we think they're going to have. You know, there's some concern about Lamar. Y'all got a $500,000 grant to make one of those intersections more like a pedestrian friendly. We don't think it's going to generate a whole lot of traffic, less than grocery stores for sure. So anyway, this is what we're thinking about. And so here's what we came up with. Obviously brick. You've got the brick design. You've got the same kind of color scheme. There's a landscaping plan already in place, so there's going to be a lot of landscaping. That's part of the original PUD. Go ahead. This is so the back of the buildings, a lot of them will face Lamar, and so you really won't realize this is self-storage until you get around the front and you see the front office. So that's what it's going to look like. Here's kind of, now we're going to come back with this. Actually, the parking will be on the outside of the lot, and the fencing, the gate, you won't have to go to a gate to walk in and rent a unit. So that will change slightly. So we'll have that before we go to the floor. It'll be exactly as it should look. Thank you. And so we wanted to have a really nice retail-looking storefront that looks like a retail place, that looks like a nice, more traditional retail. And we think we found a good-looking way to do it. Go ahead. There you go. That's just another angle. And so you'll come in. These are the kind of storage units you'll have. We think we can make them look good. Here you go. Here's a family, AI-generated family probably. Here is a. I don't know if you can really see this, but you know, this is kind of some renderings. You know, it just kind of shows you the hotel's across the street, the apartments are in the back. So we think that we'll blend in pretty well with what's there now, and with what might be there with that Aldi. Okay. And this is just another part of some of the rendering information that you have. And this is what we think we can do. We think we'll fit in, and we're glad to answer questions and get your input. We had another one that had some blue on it. That was
Excuse me, Mr. Upton.
Yeah.
You know, we like the presentation.
Okay, great.
All right, okay. Councilwoman, that's it.
We are sold from Young Actors Guild all the way to the U-Haul. We have the fire department over there, MLGW, a wonderful shopping center, and little by little, we're transforming this community. We need it, and I want to congratulate you. When we ask you to come back with something better, you get an A. You did your homework.
He did all his homework. He visited the adjacent establishments.
He did, went to all the businesses. You did everything that we asked. So I am excited about this project. It's needed, and these are the type of establishments and buildings that we want in our communities as we're trying to rebuild and improve our communities. So, all in favor in sending this item downstairs to the full council with a positive recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
We had some scheduling issues. Could we do the March 18th meeting? Just, that'll give us time to get a few more things they need.
Do this.
Was that okay?
I think so. Hold up. Do you know what she just did?
Send it down.
With the favorite recommendation, you want to push it?
Yeah, because we've got to get a few more things into them. We're happy to do that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Chairwoman, I'm sorry, is there a school in that area? I know.
Not over.
No, youth, the Guild, what's her name?
Young Actors Guild.
And she's in that area.
It's further down the street. It's the opposite direction. It's
Opposite direction.
mm.
Could you just,
Go see them?
sponsor them and see them and do some.
Show them some love.
Yeah.
Show them some love?
Yeah.
You know, I just want to add an amendment to what you're doing because this is really nice.
Yeah.
But let's show them some love.
I think so.
You're all gonna make some good money there. So let's show them some love.
I think they'll give us time to talk with our client about that. And we'll get back with you on that. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
All right, so you want this on the agenda for the March 18th meeting?
That would give us time to finish some of the things we have to do. Yes.
All right, is there any opposition?
No opposition. That's what
All
they
right,
want
we'll
to do.
have this for the March 18th meeting. Thank you so much. Our next item is a request to allow, it is item SUP 24-45, and it is to allow a grease recycling facility in the heavy industrial IH zoning district. And they're asking for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second for this item?
Second. Come to me.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Ford and second by Councilman Smiley. Councilman Smiley, you're in the queue.
Absolutely. I think that this is the one that Councilman Ford Sr. and I think Councilwoman Cooper Sutton also, we understand that the notice only required the company to send out notice to I think within like 700 feet. Only people who got notice were the businesses around. The company, what they did and what the council asked them to do, and kudos to the company, they sent out notice to everyone in French Fort. I told the council that I would attend the meeting, and I attended the meeting. The president of the neighborhood association attended, and so many others. I think it was probably about 7 or 8 people there, and they asked some pretty good questions. They were very inquisitive about the project. They showed them that there was a similar facility in Arlington that was essentially within a 1 mile radius of the grease recycling facility, and this facility in French Fort is about a few miles from I think it's about 4 miles, 3 to 4 miles from the neighboring facility. The folks in the French Fort community was okay with it and actually appreciative that they did what the council suggested, which was going out and having a community meeting just because we asked them to. And I think this is the type of organization we need in our community to understand the importance of just having conversations with people. Even though if it's not required, it's not necessarily a bad thing to go above and beyond to talk to people. So I'm gonna be fully in support of this project and ask my colleagues to do it today. I don't necessarily know if y'all want to go through and give a presentation again.
Okay, you all have done a presentation before. All right, if there are any other comments, no other comments, all in favor of sending this item downstairs to a full council with a positive recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
So it goes down today with same 9 minutes, right?
Same 9 minutes.
All right,
It's the
thank you.
opinion of the chair that the ayes have it for same 9 minute. All right, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas has joined us, and Councilwoman White has joined us, and Councilman Ford. All right. Item 3, which is SUP 2444, is a special use permit to allow vehicle sales. Can I get a motion and second for this item?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Ford Sr. It has been seconded by Councilman Warren. All right, can we get your name and address for the record? And then you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. We did present this at committee a couple of meetings ago, and the applicant has worked with Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and I believe Councilwoman Walker to add some friendly amendments to this. We can do a full presentation, but also I have the amendments on the screen here that
We've seen the presentation. If you could tell us about the amendments, please.
Sure. So I think that some of them were related to landscaping, additional parking, lot striping and ceiling, removing tint from the windows, upgrading the signage, and those type things. Just really more site improvement conditions.
And the applicant is willing to do all of those things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, and I just want to put on record, and I appreciate you all reaching out to the school
Yes,
and making that connection with them and partnering with the school. And then I heard that you are also doing some other little things with some kindergartens with some little children.
Yes, ma'am. I work with youth athletes.
Right.
I work with 3 different Little League football teams right now.
So I know we can't add that, but I just wanted on record your commitment and your word that you met with the school and you all discuss your partnership with them, and I appreciate that. And there was one other thing, to make sure the parking lot does not get full of potholes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
All right, Councilwoman Walker, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to this case, I am sharing this in the spirit of transparency. I would like to disclose that I had prior business dealings with the father of the applicant in this case. However, I have not and will not have any involvement with the applicant in this case, nor do I have any financial interest in the project before this body. I have been advised by counsel that my prior dealing with the applicant's father, as it was limited to a previous transaction that has been completed, doesn't create an ethical conflict. As such, I believe I can fairly consider the project on its merits and fairly vote my conscience. And with that being said, I did meet with the applicant and Attorney Baker. We were able to walk the property. They answered all my questions to my satisfaction, and they applied the friendly amendments accordingly. I'm asking that my colleagues support the project as well, and I appreciate Councilwoman Cooper Sutton for her input regarding the friendly amendments as well. We discussed public safety, the aesthetics, and some of the things that have already been mentioned. And okay. And finally, I just want to say, in the mayor's speech last week, he said before, and it has been expressed here, about having opportunities for our young people. And this young man has attended college out of town in Missouri, and he wants to come back and start a business here. So I'm pleased with us being able to support this and provide him with this opportunity. Thank you so much, and I yield the floor.
Thank you so much. If there are no further comments, all in favor of sending this item downstairs to the full council with a positive recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right, item number 4, SUP 24 through 48. It is a request to allow a multifamily fourplex use. This is a new case. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
It has been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Chair Canale. Can you give us your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Absolutely. Lucas Skinner with Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street, here with DPD. Again, this is SUP 2024-48. The applicant, Mr. McKinnon, is here. Again, this is at 0 Hawkins Mill, which is just east of Overton Crossing Street, and it's a special use permit for a multifamily fourplex structure. This is in Council District 7 in North Memphis and Fraser. This is a vacant lot. It's sandwiched between a fire station and some residential uses, single-family residential uses to the east, and multifamily to the south. Zoning is CMU1. Here are a few pictures, of the lot. One sort of considerable thing about this lot, it's fairly narrow and it's grades downward from the street. So there's not many things that can be done, especially from a commercial standpoint, without some very substantial site work for such a skinny lot. So here we have the site plan. Again, this is for a 4-unit building. So the applicant is just proposing a structure that's moved toward the street with an access drive and parking all to the rear, which would leave some extended greenery down to the south. Memphis 3.0 found this to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. And with that, we recommended approval with conditions. This was also recommended approval with conditions at the January 9th LUCB meeting on the consent agenda. So with that, I'm available for any questions.
And did you have any renderings of how the project is going to look once finalized?
We have not received any as of yet.
J.C. McKinnon, 1930 Exeter Road, Germantown. No, I do not have any renderings of the final project at this point.
Okay. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas?
Thank you, Chair. Is the applicant here?
Yeah, this is Mr. McKinnon.
Okay, you got a City of Memphis badge on, so I didn't know if you were the applicant. What do you do?
No, I am the applicant. I sit on the Shelby County Land Use Control Board.
Okay. So this is your project?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I would love to learn more about it. Our first thought is the questioning because the picture shows single. Was that a single family home? Yeah. The yellow thing?
Oh, to the east of the building?
Whatever direction that it showed, yeah. On the picture prior, the slide prior to this.
That first picture.
This?
Yeah.
Yes.
What types of homes are those?
Those are the single family homes.
All of those are single family homes?
Yes.
And this is for a 4-plex?
Correct, yes. So the zoning is CMU1, so that's why the special use permit is needed.
And CMU1 allows for?
It allows for light retail uses. Single-family homes would be also allowed by right. So this being a multifamily only structure, that triggers the special use permit. But
And the blue is?
That's a fire station.
Is a fire station?
Yes.
And all the homes to the right are single family?
Correct.
And then behind that fire station is a what?
That's multifamily, that brown colored lot to the south.
Okay. I don't know why. Can you explain more of why? Go back to the slide of the 8 and 0 vote.
Council, I will say that I do have some renderings. They're not final though. I didn't.
Okay, it's not asked about the renderings though. So my question for that. So you're on the Land Use Control Board, but this is your project.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What are the reasonings that the Land Use Control Board would approve a 4-plex right beside all single family in the middle of a fire station?
Is that a question for me or
whomever?
And if I might, Brett Ragsdale with DPD, and Mr. McKinnon did abstain from this vote, just for the record. And I do, as Mr. Skinner mentioned, CMU1 does allow for a lot of different uses, and some of those would be retail use. So, there are other uses that would be allowed by right adjacent to the single family. And so I think we recommended approval due to the fact that, there is multifamily just to the south. The single family or larger lots, this is a building that's pushed up to the street and more in line with the fire station. So I think those are some of the reasons that we recommended approval.
Our first thought, it doesn't make sense to me. I would like to see actual renderings of what this is going to look like in real-time mapping and how it really looks situated between the fire station and the single-family homes, which I know you don't have now, which may be by the 18th, February, or the next one, which is March 18th. But I can't support this as it stands now because it's looking to put density where it doesn't need to be. We're talking about Hawkins Mill and Overton Crossing. That's not the city urban core. It's not the North Memphis that's close to down here. It's not downtown. It's not midtown. So just the reasoning for it. And when you say, Mr. Ragsdale, about what is already allowed, that goes back to the constant conversation that I'm having about downzoning and what we can do to really protect the lots and parcels in our communities from what we don't want to see. So I don't think it's a good trade-off to go from, okay, well, this is allowed, we don't want to see that, so let's put this here too. Maybe not either, to make it consistent with the neighborhood that is to the west of it. So my ask is that it's at least a whole so that we can see more information, because this isn't enough information to make it plausible of why you should put a fourplex in between a fire station and a single-family neighborhood, no matter what's to the south.
Councilwoman, I thank you so much for addressing that and bringing up your concerns. It means a lot to me to have the support of yourself and your colleagues. By sitting on the Land Control Board, I definitely understand what it's like to be up there. And
I ain't say I supported it yet, though.
I don't have your support. I would love to have it, of course, and I just heard you say you don't have. I don't have it. So understanding that is saying, hey, I know what it's like not to have all the facts of what you have up there, and being in this seat right here is a different angle as well, because it puts you in a position where you're like, okay, well, hey, I'm investing, $20,000-$40,000, and I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get this thing approved. Having some type of renderings, as I was telling you, I do have something. It's not the final. The final will come after we engage with engineering and all these different departments that we have to in order to code enforcement and meet all of those specific requirements. So I don't have a quote unquote final, and that's why we didn't submit one, because we haven't made it that far down the line yet.
Okay.
When we did the
well, sir, we would like to at least have a sketch or something.
Would you want me to,
even with,
I can go
I
right
want
back
more than
there.
a sketch. I want renderings. I want to know what's the material, what it's going to look like when you're facing it from Overton Crossing. What is it going to look like if you're looking at it and you see the fire station and the houses on the side? What does that look like? The gates. So what's in there, since you said you don't have anything?
This is rendering.
You said you don't have renderings.
This is not the final.
Okay.
well, we're going to give you an opportunity
Okay, so
to meet.
let's have time to talk. I move to hold this. I do want to commend you for wanting to do some actual development, right? But I am moving to hold this, because if that's information that you didn't think was good enough to submit, I don't know if it's good enough for us to look at now. So I want to hold it. Hold doesn't mean denial, but you presented us with the information that wasn't to the totality that we needed to make a decision. So.
All right. Are we holding it to the 18th? Are we doing the March 18th
Are you doing
meeting?
February 18th or March 18th?
I'm not looking to hold anything, to be honest with you. I would love to have a final vote today to be approved, and I would love to have
March 18th.
So you want March 18th?
March
All right.
18th.
We're going to hold this until March 18th.
is our facility. The Tigers play there, concerts take place there, and it's important that we continue to invest in our facility. And I'll go to the next slide just to kind of bring everybody up to speed where we are. We started this process back in 2004 when we built the FedEx Forum. It opened up 20 years ago. It's a joint project with the city and county. It operates through the Memphis and Shelby County Sports Authority for investment in the facility. We've done that for many years. It hasn't undergone a major renovation since its opening. And that is what we are currently working towards. I mentioned the $230 million that's allocated towards the FedEx Forum that we are currently holding from the state. That's cash dollars. And we're looking towards a $550 million investment, which includes current CapEx obligations. What we're asking for today, well, actually, what we will be asking for in the next meeting is going to be asking for the cities to allocate 80 million of the 230 million so that we can begin doing the significant CapEx work that actually goes towards the construction project, the broader construction, so replacement of elements, which I'll go through. The other part of the ask is going to be to put into place the 0.5% on the city's hotel motel tax. Currently, we're at 3.5%. We have the legal ability to go to 4%. As a part of the capital stack to complete the renovations, we have always anticipated using that 0.5% to go towards the renovation. We want to begin putting that in place so that those dollars can begin to accrue and we can make this project a reality. So the next slide really goes into, I always get ahead of myself, but this goes into that 3.5% on the hotel motel tax we're allowed by state to go up to 4%. And so this is a list of the repairs. If you're like me, you're probably saying, well, how much does each element cost? And I know that's a question that you're going to ask. What's important to note about this 80 million is this 80 million is going to the Sports Authority. The Sports Authority holds these dollars until each specific project comes to them with a budget. And each of these items have to be bid out. Which is why it's important that you don't just put a number next to these things. If you put a number in, then the bids magically come back at the number you say. And so we want to make sure that these are bid in earnest. And when those are properly bid, they are brought to the Sports Authority, and then they manage the disposition of those funds and the projects. And so this is the process that we've used for many years. So what we're asking to do is move the 80 million from our account to the Sports Authority account so that they can manage those projects. And this is a list of the types of projects that we're talking about. This is the second part of the work that we would be doing. Obviously, we have to get to the design documents for the full project. These dollars will also go towards the full design, also upgrading the halo and box office overhaul. On the other slide, you saw chillers and elevators and things of that nature. These are structural components of the building that will remain in place as a part of the broader renovation. And so this next slide really talks about where we're headed. When we started this process, we initially thought that it would be one big bond issuance. You combine that with the cash that we have, and we have a big $550 million project. What we realized would be more prudent in order for us to reduce interest costs. It was to break it into phases. It also aligns with the ability to be able to operate the arena during the season, because you can't do a $550 million renovation over a summer. But if you do a series of smaller projects, then you have the ability to execute that project with less interest being spent on the project, and do it in a manner where you can continue to operate the facility. And so we look at this to be about a 7 to 10 year process of renovating the facility. It also allows you to keep up with NBA standards, because if NBA standards change in 2 or 3 years, we're able to accommodate that because we haven't spent all of the money on the front end. This next slide is just continuing our commitment to ensure that we make this project a representative of our community. The most recent project we did was the rig and grid and sound system. We just did that last summer. We hit 29%. We're using 25% as a baseline, as a floor. It's not the ceiling, it is the floor for where we start to make sure we have participation on this project. And what we need today, again, this is a discussion item, but the ultimate ask that we are making is to allocate 80 of the $230 million that we are holding to the Sports Authority so that they can manage it towards those projects. And then the second part of what we're asking, which is an ordinance, so it's going to require 3 readings, is to move the hotel motel tax, the city portion, from 3.5% to 4%. And I will stop there and open it up for any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, questions? Councilwoman Green, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. I want to point out on that slide where you talk about the going out for multiple bond issuance, again, back to our budget conversation. If we keep dipping into our fund reserve and having unexpected expenses, and we're going to need to go out for bond multiple times, it's going to continue to impact it. That's why we've got to be so watchful during budget. Can you remind me, I'm not sure if anyone in here, and you don't have to have the answer today, but I can't remember the city's appointees to the Sports Authority. I know we just appointed Michael Fulton,
Right.
And Alan Crone as a joint appointee, but I believe you have 2 other appointees.
I don't exactly know the list, so we can
You
find
can get
it,
that
though.
for me,
Yeah.
okay. I know who the county ones are, so I was just trying to confirm who the others are on the city side. I know a question that came up during some other conversations I've had about this are, since these are state pass-through funds, like I am very excited about the MWBE participation goals, but can we put those on state pass-through funds? Because it's my understanding that state law restricts us from having those goals. I mean, probably there's an executive order that's coming down soon that's going to restrict all MWBE spend, but it's my understanding we can't put a goal or a percentage on state funds, even state pass-through funds.
Well, we're managing a project as we would a city project, and that's an agreement that we have with the Sports Authority that they would use our standards, and so that's what we're going to do until we hear otherwise.
Okay, I don't want to get us run afoul of state taking funds back. That's my
Understood.
word of caution. And then the last point I wanted to say, and I've had these conversations, I know with Chief Adams, is as we allocate these funds and then hopefully we work towards a lease agreement, sooner rather than later, I want to make sure as a part of that, because I continue to hear from Chief Davis and her staff, the strain that the events take place and the ripple effect of overtime on her staff, that we're taking that into consideration, not just police that might be in the building, but police that also have to service, before and after games around the building as we're working on that contract. So that's just a nugget for you to take away as you continue these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Carlisle.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep my comments high level, kind of meeting where we are just for today's discussion. Here's the deal. On the grant money, I think I don't want to call it simple. I mean, you got to extend some courtesy to the administration and to their chief negotiator. It's a very complicated, complex process. There's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of players, no pun intended, at the table. But at the end of the day, like if you were just break this down to about as simply as you could break it down, the state has been abundantly clear, would be the understatement, about how this money is to be spent. And so we've given the portion to the Liberty Bowl, and this is going to the forum, or it's going to go back to the state, barring some extraordinary move that I don't anticipate seeing. At least that's what's been made clear to me, both by the mayor and then direct conversations with the state reps, and I take them at their word. So for the $80 million, it's basically deferred maintenance. When you look at the list, kind of the rundown, we'll see how the bids come back, et cetera. I think the mayor's wise not to put those amounts, although I understand that the public and the council is going to want some disclosure. I agree with what I have seen historically when those numbers go out there. And so that's just a long way of saying, look, the Tigers play there too. So the hope is that we get to a deal that we reinvest in a core asset for the city And going ahead and doing, beginning on the deferred maintenance, I think is prudent. I'd also agree with the mayor on when and how you do the bond tranches. We talked a lot about economic environment. If this is a 10-year process, and depending on, you usually scale towards you ramp and have a big bump in the middle of your end of your project when you order and buy, the hope would be that we run the economic cycle of 20, 30 years, and that interest rates, by the time we need to issue a big bond issuance, have dropped from where they are today. 200, 250 basis points would be real nice. And so we're borrowing money at a lower interest rate. So I think that that's important. It gives us the flexibility to watch the economic macro environment, which is helpful. I'm going to stay out of the what has now been the hamburger tax. One, I need to make sure I don't run afoul of any conflict. And two, I just think it's one of those things where, again, I know the mayor's much more abreast of the situation and down into the details. For me, I need to, there's just some due diligence I'd like to understand. And I'd also like to talk to some of the MRA, just to be transparent. I'm sure you've heard from them. If you haven't, I know you will. But the Memphis Restaurant Association and others have expressed some concerns. I think information is a part of it, which is why I appreciate the mayor coming for a discussion, then putting it on so that people feel like, but I will say this train is going to run quickly once it gets going, and we need to be prepared for that as a body too. We can't hold up the process, so we need to be decisive in our actions. Along maybe during the General Assembly cycle is not helpful from us. So I'm good with the 80 million. I think that's prudent, and that works for me. I'm in the fact finding and information gathering mode, and I got to talk to Attorney Wade for myself in particular. So that's where I'm at, Mr. Mayor. And again, just appreciate the way that you're approaching and trying to make sure it doesn't feel like a cram down.
Thank you. So I do want to respond with regards to the hamburger tax. That is not a part of this. The hamburger tax, the hotel motel tax is a part of this. The hamburger tax is an idea that has come out in the public, and it's a conversation around how to raise more money for safety in downtown, which we all want, but it is not something that we are proposing right now. Yes.
My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, anybody else? Vice Chair.
I just want to thank you that we're putting some thought into investing or reinvesting in FedEx Forum. I sit on the film commission, and I know that we've missed a lot of opportunities of bringing artists to Memphis because we cannot accommodate their show. So it's wonderful that we can put the needed value into our facility so that we can be able to compete with the other cities. So we're excited about this project, and anything that we can do to support, we're glad to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councilman Walker.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming. Thank you for all of this. I do support this, and in light of recent activities at the Landers Center, looks like we're going to be busier than ever, and so we're going to need these upgrades to support the new and additional business that it looks like we're going to be having.
That's right.
Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman. Anybody else? Thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor, Chief Adams. Moving on, colleagues. Item 31, so I'm going to make a correction because on your main meeting agenda, it says item 31 is withdrawn at the request of the sponsor. That is incorrect. Item 31 will be held until August 5th at the request of the sponsor. Again, item 31 will be held until August 5th. On the main agenda, item 3 will be held until February 18th. Our add-on items, 33 through 36. 33, a resolution to approve the allocation, appropriation, transfer of a total of $600,624 from multiple completed CIP projects to new FY25 CIP project PK04020 Westwood Pool Repairs, Contract Reconstruction, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 34, Health, Education, and Housing Facility Board appointment, Courtney Melton Fant. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 35, a resolution for approval to hire a special attorney pursuant to ordinance number 5294 to file suit on behalf of the city regarding extraordinary litigation. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 36, SUP 24-45-2401 Harbor Avenue. Request is to allow a grease recycling facility in the heavy industrial zoning district. That will be an add-on and also a request for same night minutes. Same night minute items are 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 29, 30, 33, 34, 35, and 36. Correction again, item 31 will be held until August 5th. Item 3 will be held until February 18th. Anybody have any other information before executive? We appreciate you, Chair. Okay, well, I do have something before we adjourn. Colleagues, let us be ever mindful that we hold ourselves to a higher standard and that we will always treat each other and those in front of us with dignity and respect. Let us act in a way that we wish for our children to act. We are, in fact, role models for this community. Thank you very much. I'll see you at 4 o'clock downstairs. We're adjourned.